Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Any other question?
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Trevor, who put a question through from Telegram, and says, Mr. Keshe said that with AI, it's mostly got knowledge from the last 50 years or so. But Trevor says, I am curious with the cosmic ray AI, if it will have ancient knowledge that humanity has denied or forgotten. Mr. Keshe has alluded in the past about humans having abilities that we no longer are aware of. And I believe he said something to the degree of being able to split rock with our eyes. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I remember. It was a long time ago. He also said that one of the goals of the technology is to move us back to the point of origin and to undo all the misguided knowledge we have obtained. I wonder how fast this will come back to us with the cosmic ray AI.
There's a picture on the screen. This system is set to do that. Its final design is done, and then you'll understand a lot when you use this on what you call intellectual understanding, connected directly to many, many aspects of life in the space and the knowledge. This unit is going through its final phase. This unit, for the first time, will be shown on the 19th of July in the international conference in Vienna. And we let people to use it, doctors present, can use this and see how the intellect, how it will affect their, what we call understanding, and how they get enlightened. We'll bring a number of these into the conference to be tested by the World of Psychology and Psychiatric Department, what we call the section of medicine. And does the light enlightenment, or does it fix a lot of things which we have misaligned in our emotion, in our brain? We are not looking for them to see the future. We are looking to see afterwards what the lightness they see in their conduct, connected to the knowledge of the past and universal knowledge. It's a very interesting unit. and is one of the most dynamic systems which we have developed. Then you can see you can connect to it to tap into the knowledge. Interesting is for us if we can reverse the tapping of this knowledge into the what we call digital form that we can show. In a way, in the future, we can print your emotion, and we can literally convert it that if we can print your enlightenment, what you saw, what you see. But it will show for the first time in 19th of July. This unit will be shown and brought in, especially for the world of scientific world of the psychologists, doctors to test it. Any other question?
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for July 27th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the participants. As we always say, this is a roundtable of affairs. Everyone has a microphone, and you're all encouraged to participate and interact and create new energies in a way, or new plasmas that will go out into the system. Again, we're going to be reviewing, actually listening to the entire workshop today of the 600th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. You may want to get some headphones and listen, or maybe you don't need headphones to listen if you're already sort of cataloged into the system. But just amazing the energies that are being, in a way, as he said, to correct our emotions and realign our brain in a way from some of the things that the creation left us short of. So it's a beautiful energy that's being delivered by the Keshe Foundation. As he said, that product we saw on the video is available in the Keshe Foundation store, and it's all about the elevation of the soul of the man. Each and every one of those products in the store are made to do that. And of course, they're introducing energies that aren't even existing on this planet. Apparently, the creator of the solar system had a shortcoming in it, and it's created a shortcoming throughout the solar system. And what civilization did it come from? Again, a lot of questions to ask, but as universal teachers, Mr. Keshe and others are sort of reprocessing what the actual creation, for whatever reason, left short. And this, again, has forced us into a position of killing and stealing energies from others, which we know is not the ethos of the universe. So I welcome you all and hope you'll interact and share some of your knowledge with us. But before we go any further, let's just reconfirm our ethos of the World Peace Treaty in a way. Remember, we're bringing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language to this planet and across the universe as well. Would anybody like to read the World Peace Treaty? You don't have to be an angel to read it. So again, I think any one of us can read it, but if not, I will go ahead and read it. Anyone? All right, World Peace Treaty. And of course, this can be found on the Keshe Foundation website, which I'm here now. We can put the link in the chat if you'd like, but this is the exact document world leaders, religious leaders will be signing. A very simple document, but quite deep, as most of the teachings of Mr. Keshe are. And of course, he may mean many things, and he's not teaching just for the man or not for the man, he's teaching for the universe. So apparently there are other, as we've seen with the soul of the sun that created this solar system, had a streak in it that brought this for whatever reason, this sort of not a full, let's say, enlightenment here. So we, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our souls. Simply put your name, signature, date, position on behalf of, again, the nation, on behalf of the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see, and know your ethos to fellow man and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And again, you may say you're not involved in war, you've never been in the military, you've never made a military weapon or a bullet or anything else. But apparently there's a war going on, as we know, with the vertical and the horizontal people, among others, I guess. And this is what the World Peace Treaty is all about. It's just not killing another person. It's killing other entities that have emotion, that have intelligence, that can reproduce, and they have a soul. So the idea or an energy center, if we want to call it that, I don't think they call it a soul in the space, they call it the center. But this is what it's all about, really not releasing souls before their maturity, as I understand it. And of course, this understanding has never been shared with us. We read in at least the Christian holy books that we were given dominion over all the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky and the creatures that walk on the ground. But now we're seeing them in a different way. I think we're becoming enlightened because the Creator, as we understand it, shows his face in trillions of manifestations across the universe. And as we go into the universe, I think it's whether you're in the matter state or the energy state, the ethos will hold true. So we're not waiting till the final call or the final bell or to the time we've gone on. Otherwise you'll have a lot to learn if you wait. We're understanding this now. And this is what Mr. Keshe has been saying. We're bringing you into the universal community as equals. Although apparently, as he said, where did the soul of this sun come from? Obviously, it came from another civilization somewhere. And that's part of the job, I think, of universal teachers, is to clean up where the creation has actually left its creation short. And again, so this sort of disease or this sort of ethos is not carried into the universe, even though it's only a small percentage of all the creation. They want to stamp it out. And this is one of the reasons Mr. Keshe is here, to change the man. And what we're seeing in the last number of workshops of bringing these systems into the workshops, people are experiencing many, many different things of enlightenment, of peace, of contentment. And we can share in a few minutes if you've had any sort of experiences in these workshops. But again, we can actually, by these energies that aren't available in this workshop, these energies are bringing that enlightenment, connection to the Creator. As he said, we're wiring you up to the Creator, and the manipulation of the strength of your communication in a way as well. So there's a lot of things going on in the background. Sometimes I feel I'm over my head and I don't even realize it. Well, yes, I have realized it, because I've always said I understand 1/billionth of 1/billionth of 1%, if that. So my level of understanding is quite low at this point, but we're being, in a way, taught through the fields, not so much through the boards and not so much through making things, but actually just energies that if the soul, or if you're willing to grab those energies, you become more enlightened. And I have a little saying that I keep on my desk here. The more we understand the totality, the more we realize we know nothing. And I wouldn't say we know nothing, but again, man's knowledge has not reached 1 grain, I don't think, of universal knowledge. So this is what's happening. People are becoming elevated, enlightened, and almost creating little satellites. I think that's actually what he's doing. Gail has shared where she has given quite freely, again, to others in a way that they become elevated. One of the sayings that, or one of the sentences Mr. Keshe made is, what's in it for me is finished. It's what I can do to, in a way, become part of the totality and be able to give to the others. So what's in it for you is finished. And of course, Mr. Keshe attracted us to the foundation in a lot of ways, where he used to say, by the end of the day, if you understood the teaching, you could make a kilo of gold. And I think some people thought they may do that, and you could do that. But again, it's not so much about the physicality, it's about the elevation of the soul. As he said, we're here to serve the soul of humanity. And again, that service, as I think in the formation of the Universal Council, he says, is the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne in the physical life. Anyone want to add anything about this World Peace Treaty, about this ethos? I don't think anyone here is an angel, but obviously we're realizing some of our mistakes or our shortcomings, and this is being corrected in a way slowly. Again, I don't think you can put too much air in the balloon or it will pop. And I think this is what he's doing with the energies that are bringing enlightenment to us. He mentioned about 10,000, if that was the goal, and maybe man is at 100. And through some of this work, more energy is being added, even to the point of extending your physical life, if that's what you would like. Again, he called it the fountain of youth in a way. And it's being gifted to man. And I remember in the past when he said, we'll handle everything in the background. All you lot have to do is listen. And listening meaning not so much fully understanding the teachings, but just putting on these headphones, whether it's you, your cat, your dog, if you have a chimpanzee or anything else, and if you could figure out how to do it, they will become enlightened as well. So we're enlightening the whole creation. This is the elevation of the soul. And as Mr. Keshe said, if we give you the advanced technology in 1 or 2 generations without the elevation of the soul, you'll be right back in the same position where you are today. So this is why the enlightenment of the soul becomes so important. And every product that we see within the Keshe Foundation store, and when he first said that, I didn't quite understand. He said all the products in the store, from the least expensive to the most expensive, are designed and put together for the elevation of your soul, or the enlightenment, or the balance, and so on and so forth. So if you order products, you may experience this if you can connect with them. And he's given us other ways to make, many of these are twinity systems, and he's given us another way, in a way of laying on the ground and creating that twinity system between your soul and the soul of this planet in a way. And of course, you can also augment that practice by using some of the cosmic ray balls that are offered in this store right here. Remember, the Keshe Foundation, or the Mark Ray Corporation, is the home of the cosmic ray technology, which I think includes nuclear, it includes cosmic ray radiation, it includes cosmic ray, and of course the Keshe plasma technology. Many, many things are happening in the background. Again, we're only briefed on a few percentage of what the Keshe Foundation is doing. And as Mr. Keshe said, the unit that we saw in the beginning, I think this is offered here, was intended to be shown at the July 19th symposium in Vienna, if I can just find that. Let's see if we can find this symposium that was offered. But apparently the organizers of the conference decided not to include Mr. Keshe in the presentation, I think, with Dr. Kern. And the units were there to be demonstrated for the doctors to try, because the problems on this planet we will also see in space. Apparently, some of the universal community also suffers from some of the similar conditions, but these units were made to do many things. But one is to balance out these energies, or as we travel in space, and as we've seen with the astronauts, they pick up a lot of energy packs. We call them viruses on this planet, but these are actual energy packs. Some are strong, some are weak, but they can certainly affect your operation of the physicality and of your thinking and of your emotions and so on. So without the shielding on the craft or other things, this can be a very precarious situation for the whole crew to sort of, it'd be almost like drinking a poison water in a way without drinking anything. Just the interaction of the fields could cause some very problems in the physicality and in the psychology. And that's why he was going to demonstrate it. But this just means there'll be a bigger and a more fantastic presentation of this system down the road in another venue, perhaps. But I was so looking forward to this, and I did register for it, but now I've put in a issue with the credit card company that I'm disputing the charge, because the person that I went to see, I only bought a one-day pass, was canceled, I guess, in the last 48 hours before the presentation was to be made. So as Mr. Keshe said, perhaps the structure is not quite ready yet, or humanity is not quite ready yet for some of this technology. But we know the knowledge seekers are, and that's why we're in and around the Keshe Foundation. Anyone want to make any comments? Okay, I'm just looking for the announcements, which I think will play here. The Keshe Foundation store, many products, and this store will increase. I think Mark Ray will actually be part of this. Keshe Foundation won't be involved in the manufacturing or the distribution. I think it'll be done through the Mark Ray Corporation under licensing agreements and under non-disclosure agreements. If you're a small artisan, a painter, a potter, a candle maker, or others, you may want to write to info@keshe.foundation and express your interest in incorporating the plasma technology into some of the products that you're producing at this time. And again, the reason is because a lot of us, as he said, or the artisans, including the knowledge seekers as well, don't fully understand the implication and application of the technology, although we've seen some very great results. But this is what Mr. Keshe has said. So you'll be briefed, but you'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement that you won't actually share what's being shared with you. Of course, this is the unit we saw in the opening video here. This again is a Twinity system. The $79.99 is for 2 units, but this Twinity, what I'm talking about, a Twinity, one will be worn in around the head and the eyes. The other one, which will come in the future, the other half of the system, let's say, will be some sort of garment or device that'll be wore around the chest to control the breathing in a way. And I know he's explained a little bit about the breathing and other things, but I think he wants to push the process forward. So this is available, as I understand it. It's is it $49.99, something like that for one, but then you'll need a second part of it. But as he said, it brings enlightenment, understanding, a deeper understanding of the knowledge of the universe and about yourself as well. We talked about these units actually improving organ function. If you had some malfunction, or your lungs or kidneys or other parts of your body were not functioning up to spec, you could use these to perhaps enhance that function. Or, as he said, they're attempting right now, I don't know if they're using this system or something else, to actually grow a kidney where a kidney has been gone or been replaced or has been damaged. So there's a lot going on. As I said, I think I'm in over my head, but I'm just following along as best I can. And I think the rest of us are as well. These systems are so advanced, even the ones in the UFO are quite impressed, I'm sure, with what is being provided to man on Earth. And again, they've considered man as an insignificant dust in the universe. And as we've been alerted through some of these systems and our enlightenment, we're going to become very significant dust in the universe. Not to lord it over anyone, but to be there to serve to enlighten. Remember the ethos on this planet, the stronger eats the weaker. In the universe, the stronger elevates the weaker. And in the universe, of course, no superior being, if there are such, ever abuse an inferior being, or if you could call it that, but I think he did put it that way. So let's see if we can hear the announcements. Any thoughts, comments, questions? Let's go through the announcements. And if anyone has any experiences, remember the systems in the background, which we haven't seen, although we have seen in the past what he called a wellness system. And again, the transmutation and the, let's just see if we can just take a look. And again, I don't know if this is what they're using. This is a couple of years ago. Here, this is what he said is one of the first wellness systems that's ever been shown in public of the Keshe Foundation, where the transmutation and the transfer is within the system, and it can reach any conditions of unwellness in the body of the man here or in the universe, as I understand it. And of course, they've demonstrated that with the melting of kidney stones from kilometers away. We saw in the video of Keeping the Keshe Foundation Free, the beginning of the growing of the tooth, which has been the dream of the dentist and so on. So many things. And again, even with us in some of these sessions, it's all happening remotely. These are the processing centers in a way of the future, but you don't have to go there. You just put on some headphones and you become processed. Anyone want to add anything? So he's shown us whether this is still in use. I would think it is, but we're not being shown actually the systems that are operating in the background. All right, let's bring in the announcements if we can of this week. And again, this is sort of a playbook week by week, new plays, twists and turns, what's happening in the Mark Ray Corporation, the Keshe Foundation, and other Mark Ray corporations that are being established in China and other places. And again, more about the products and your interaction with the system that's being brought into the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. This is the third one, I believe. We started in 598. He brought it in 599, and now he's brought it in the 600th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So let me see if we can just bring this up. Perhaps I thought I had it expanded already, but we'll expand it here, no problem. And some people have given their testimonies here of what they experienced, but let's hear from Mr. Keshe, make sure we're sharing this properly. And rather than hear the few minutes of introduction, we can go right by that. From the 600th hours. About 12 minutes. I just put this in at the beginning of the announcements just to add a little bit of, in a way, free advertising that people will get, but also to enlighten you about what's in the system. This system was shown years and years ago, and I think many of these systems have gotten smaller, as we've seen with the large egg, or what we call the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. That has been also shrunken down to a sort of a headphone, and I think it's going to go further, even to embed it within the body of the man, perhaps.
The new Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit. A plasma space technology to prepare humanity for transportation and transmutation in deep space. Essential processes are embedded to prevent mutations and psychosomatic conditions during deep space travel. This new system is designed to support upper body conditions, especially of the lungs and intestines, and can be targeted specifically for each organ. When inside the Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the body experiences balance in totality, enabling it to correct and rebalance all the fields within itself. The new Vertical Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a dimension in health and transportation never seen before.
Okay, back again at the 600th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, July 24th, 2025. And as per usual, Mr. Keshe will likely have a couple of things to announce or discuss before we begin questions. And is that true, Mr. Keshe?
In a way, we would like to hear from many of you who had any experience in the last 2 weeks and how you felt. If any of you wants to volunteer.
Would anyone like to volunteer? Any experiences you've had in the last couple of weeks?
Mark, I missed the 599, but I did have my headphones on for the 600th. It felt like during the meeting is like my mind was more clear. And then when I went to sleep, sometimes it's very hard to get to sleep after the meeting because the brain is going a million miles an hour. Not with the 600th. I shut off the headphones, turned the lights out, and about 3 breaths, I was totally asleep, and the most peaceful sleep I've had for a very long time. And I slept an extra hour. So it must have calmed the entire system down to get some real rest. That was my experience from the 600th.
Right, and I was in the last transmutation center, and I slept an extraordinary amount in the afternoon after the session, and then I went to the Brazilian meeting, and then after that meeting, all through I woke up a few times, but I went right back to sleep. Even in the Saturday morning, I kept sleeping, and I think I got up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I recalled when Mr. Keshe, I think he was processing someone in Ghana at one point in time, and they said the guy slept for quite a long time. And I think that's the body trying to figure out what to do with the energies that have been grabbed by the soul or taken into your system. So I slept quite a bit. I certainly felt contentment. And I also thought my thinking, speaking, and acting was also touched in a way. Remember the ethos of the Mitra, which is the thinking good, the speaking good, and the acting good. So I was definitely touched in a way, I felt. Anyone else want to add anything? We'll hear a couple of things that people have reported. I had a couple of very vivid dreams as well. I won't go into them, but again, something was happening, and I was unusually sleepy after that session. Now, some people reported, again, these, if I give you a bowl of rice pudding, some people will say, ugh, and other people will enjoy it. And so the same energy, in a way, is interacting differently on different structures, but it's the same energy, depending on what you need and what you might have grabbed or picked up. Anyone else have anything they'd like to share? And again, we're not forcing anyone, or if you're not feeling comfortable with the sharing, no problem. I know in other things that I listen to, some people don't like to share their experience because the boss may hear it, or some of their friends or neighbors may think they're crazy and so on. But again, we know we're on the right path, being in and around. At least that's what I felt. Another confirmation that I'm in the right place, meaning in and around the Keshe Foundation. And again, it's not about what's in it for me anymore. It's about the elevation of the soul of humanity, that we can start to interact with the much larger family we call the universal community. Anyone. Otherwise, we'll go back to the announcements.
And well, we do have a note from Doug in the chat here, who says, the change in my daughter is very positive lately. She was very messed up with drugs and she wasn't communicating with us, maybe out of shame. But now we are communicating every week in a happy and positive way. This has occurred over the last month or so. I have been affected in my emotions, and since last week, I have reviewed my past activities in an honest way and realize what changes need to be made and not repeat the mistakes that I have made.
Any other?
Let me see here. Other than Kirsten, who says, thank you so much. I cannot stop crying. I'm so thankful. Thank you to all of you.
It's important for us to know us and not the others. And then what we release that allows the others to live a better life through us. And the way we become the sun. This is what we call many times, many of you, satellites. Many of you who became satellites volunteer to become. In these sessions, you feel totally different and you start becoming what you volunteered for with your soul. And we keep it that way because our job is to bring the change. And those who wanted to bring that change.
And again, if you would like to become a satellite, I think many of us are becoming satellites, but there was an offer in the store in the past about satellite souls. There is a fee attached with it, but you can write to info@keshe.foundation. Express your interest in being that satellite soul, and I think they'll fill you in on the details and how it proceeds. But as he said, we're going to need many satellites. I think we're making a huge different numbers and different layers of, in a way, star formations.
The need to work through the soul is not the same as working with the physicality. It's not the money you put in the bank, it's not the donation or contribution. Making the soul available to work in a way is what you became satellites. And we set that up, we're setting it up in a very big way. And this is a work up there, as it is on the law of the Keshe Foundation. We are here to serve. Many of you looked at it, why don't we do this? Why don't we set up that? We are here to serve the soul of the man, not the physicality of the man, as man physically serve himself to whatever he likes anyway. Maybe by serving the soul, we change the man. And that's the whole parameters of work. As usual, we make some announcements in this part of the, what we call the teaching. 3 new sessions has been set up if you want to register. And that is for August, September, and October. These sessions are very much bringing you to enlighten yourself to the next phase and the rest of it. And some of you will feel part of this in tomorrow's session. As I said, first sessions will actually put you to reach to the point of you transmuting in the dimension you like.
Again, if we just go back to the store for a moment, you can find out where you can, this is where you can sign up, Fly with the Captain. This is the transmutation session. I think the new ones, let's see if it's in here yet. No, but there'll be 3 more sessions, August, September, and October, as I understand it. So there's an opportunity for you to participate in this. In a way, you're a guinea pig, but the guinea pig pays the foundation to learn. So we're also helping to keep the foundation free as well. So this is where you can sign up for these sessions. Most importantly is keeping the Keshe Foundation free, that the system can be developed to reach on a much bigger scale. And I think that's why he's bringing these units or systems into the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. There may be 100 or 200 or 500 people there. I don't know the actual number, but based on what the feedback is, they can adjust systems, and then it'll go into the thousands, tens of thousands, the millions, and so on. And this is the way we're going to change humanity, not through the physical knowledge, I think, but through this energy knowledge. So feel free to sign up for, or to test any of the products within the Keshe Foundation store. And we'll leave it up to you to sort of peruse that.
We're still battling with the work of sorting out the situation as our financial situation sits to find a position. And we haven't found it yet to be balanced and in what I call it within the framework of the Keshe Foundation.
And what he's referring to here is this, what we know as the financial and licensing arm of the Keshe Foundation, which is called the Mark-Ray Corporation, for those who may not be familiar with it. And you can see how many different areas and applications there are for this technology. So if you're in electronics or in whatever you're in, this technology is going to touch every aspect of our lives on this planet. So the shares are actually offered in the penny stock market. You can get it through a number of different brokers. Some parts of the world it's not available, but this will become quite a powerful company, as it has that 9661 designation, which only, as I understand it from Mr. Keshe, only 30 companies in the stock market have this 9661 code, which is actually the space research and development of different technologies for space. So this is quite an elite process of, in a way, protecting and enlightening man to the many different issues that will come up in space. As one he said to us in Sanya, when asked a question by the Italian interviewer, what's man's biggest problem of going into space? And Mr. Keshe said, ignorance. So there's still a lot of knowledge to be shared and understood, and step by step. As he said, if you need to reach 10,000 and you're at 100, maybe you reached 110 or 120 through some of these sessions. As I said, if too much air goes in the balloon at one time, the balloon will pop. And so that's why, step by step, little by little, some conscious, some unconscious changes are happening within our own structure. But it's you to find out more about yourself, not so much, as he said earlier, that we just heard about the others. So this is called the markraycorp.com. You can go on it, read what is being offered, and what is the very beginnings of a very large licensing and financial arm of the Keshe Foundation. Let's go back to the announcements. Anyone have anything they'd like to share? Just come right in and I'll stop the video.
Did many supports and donations, but the figure is so high that we have to find a solution, put it in a way that collectively we can bring that change. As long as that ends, we are pending because it takes time to sort such a thing. Before, I used to cash it out. $1 million, $2 million was nothing. Cash foundation as part of my private assets, but we have put a lot of limitation through what we call misconduct of the others.
So again, there's something, it sounds like, that's tangled up with the Mark Ray. I don't know if it's in paperwork or something hasn't been done properly. I don't know the details of it, but if you can make a donation to help the Keshe Foundation, I'm sure it will be used thoroughly and properly. And again, this will be part of the others to help the others in a way as they're developing these systems for everyone. That it won't cost very much at all, if anything. As he said, they're going to give that Swiss life to all the children on this planet.
We sit here to bring a lot of change, but by yourself, not by us. We are not a cult, we are not a religion. We are a scientific organization that you, through it, understand the process of creation. Institutions, organizations does not really make much difference because the work of the Keshe Foundation sits somewhere else and for a different criterion of work. And be very much aware, in the next 2 months, Keshe Foundation will make a huge announcements, and it'll be done in accordance to what we agreed, and we set up for the structure of the Keshe Foundation for Mark Ray, cash coins, and what we call cosmic ray. A new criteria, a new balance will come into operation. One of the knowledge seekers, one of the heads of the Keshe Foundation, has written this in detail. When I was reading it yesterday, he brought back, without talking, how enlightened the people and the management of the Keshe Foundation at that top are fine-tuned without the speaking, knowing the purpose of the work of the Keshe Foundation. One day I release the text of the communication from the heads of the Keshe Foundation, who serves the Keshe Foundation through his soul, does not matter what brings in the mission of physicality. Explaining the work, what other knowledge seekers without knowing are setting up to bring that change. Are there any questions? And if you can answer.
Okay, there's a couple of other comments here. Let me see. Movahead comments, I am more master of my soul, calmer and more serene. And Dolores in Italian translates to relationships in my family have improved significantly. And that's what was also commented previously by Doug as well, about the family being better, family situation. And Antonella has a comment in our chat here. In a complicated emotional situation, I felt more detached and objective. The other day, I woke up with energy, with energy without energy, with a slow mind. I listened to Knowledge Seekers Workshop number 598 for 20 minutes. I had a strange release, a kind of sigh and relaxation to the chest. And I came back lucid and energy as if by magic. We have a message through Raphael from Francielli. I also cried a lot during the teachings, a very deep joy. Throughout the teaching, I didn't feel sleepy. I was very attentive to what was being said. Katja says, hello, wow, so deep, happy, strongest emotion ever inside. Thank you so much. Another message from Raphael regarding or from Evanise. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Despite having completely reduced my food intake, I felt nourished and energized with incredible energy and a very pleasant feeling of harmony and balance.
Are there any questions?
We have one other testimony from Joy, Joy says, my husband has been trying for years to get rid of me. Now he is moving himself out of the family home, etc., etc. Much love and appreciation. I'm a satellite and loving it. Karen. Okay. Let me see. Let's get to questions here.
Okay, any other considerations, or anyone want to share anything that they've experienced? Or again, sometimes these things are quite subtle that you experience. Sometimes they're more pronounced. I think what we're going to do now is just listen to the workshop. I should bring up the transcript, our beautiful transcript that we have of the 600th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We'll expand that. And then we'll go to in this way we can all read it. And for those who may tune in the future, they can, if they're getting some of the words mixed up, which I do sometimes, and the transcript isn't flawless, but it's the best we've ever delivered in the mid 90 or upper 95 percentile. So it's quite accurate about what is said. I know people are training their systems in the background to deliver this beautiful transcript. Any other thoughts or comments anyone wants to make about what they've experienced? And again, it's about, in a way, balancing the brain, the misaligned brain, and the misaligned emotions. But that's up, again, it's not so much about the others, but it's about what you're experiencing. So let's see if we can go back to the beginning of this workshop. You know, where Mr. Keshe comes in here. And I'll play it on the other screen and we can read the transcript for yourself. And of course, it'll be embedded within here. And even as he said, you listen to these teachings afterward. This is the new cycle of teaching. It's not with the whiteboards and so on and so forth. And I know people thought that listening to Mr. Keshe, just playing videos, was just playing videos. But as he said, when you interact with the creator of this workshop, or even a book or some other writings by Da Vinci or other ones, you're actually interacting with the soul. Now they're introducing other energies of the person who created, the soul of the person who created this workshop or that writings. Perhaps you're interacting with their soul. And now they're introducing energies that have never been available to the soul on this planet because of the way the creation, the sun apparently had a wrong streak in it in a way, and that of course out of the interaction of the sun with itself and its environment created the earth and the solar system and the rest. But apparently this has been embedded in our structure and left us short, which causes us to do a lot of funny things, let's say. So let's listen to this, and if you like to stop it and make a comment or ask someone to clarify for you, that's fine too. But again, you're the last man standing. It's all about you and understanding yourself. Not so much what I tell you it's supposed to mean or anyone else here tells you what it's supposed to mean. Even with Mr. Keshe, he said, don't believe it just because Mr. Keshe said it. Test it. See how it fits with you. So if he says that about himself, I'm sure the rest of us, again, it's all about you and understanding yourself. For what reason? To serve the others, to elevate the others. This is what it's all about. As I say for the third time, what's in it for me is over. It's about elevating the souls of others. But of course, our soul has to be, in a way, balanced out as well. And I think this is what's happening. And then, of course, it'll transmute or transmit through these satellite entities. Even with he said the governments couldn't interfere with this. And hopefully, we get permission from the governments to embed it within some sort of satellites that it can reach the whole humanity. But again, they're not quite ready to release control of their populations. I know one of the first things that's going to happen is that the borders are going to have to come down, and all this passport and visas and the rest of this, that people can travel freely as they see fit. So let's start this. This should take us right up to, or just a little after creation of the Dome of Peace. And he did mention this, and maybe we'll stop it there. I won't have to play it again when we release the GANS waters. I know I've been doing some testing with walking on the beach and laying on the ground. And the last time I was at the beach, I carried the plasma water and I sprayed it into the ocean. And again, this is part of giving energies to the soul of this planet, something for us to do in our physicality.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the milestone 600th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, July 24th, 2025. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be your host once again here today in this weekly series of ongoing workshops continuously for 599 workshops so far, and here we are into number 600. Congratulations, Mr. Keshe, for both of us making it this far, and it's been a lot of teaching in that time period. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you as usual. We welcome you to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings, the 600th one, and so many before and after it, which will come and it's been there. It's a position where we have to carry on with what we started with, a time and position of time. And as we enter research development and other phases of the development of the technology for the human race and beyond, it is time to open doors into the next step. That when we get there, as usually maybe in 50 sessions, 100 sessions or whatever, we are ready. We have a record of it. We know what is to come. As usual, today's session has the backup of our systems in the unit, and we try to change situations and we manipulate the strength of your communication or energy or whatever, as we've seen the last time. We become very good at it. We can target it. We can align it. We have taken pictures beforehand, before even the session starts, and we'll see how you perform, what elevation you get and what you understand, and what have you discovered in past few couple of weeks that we actually wire you up to the creator in a very direct way. We've seen you aligning the soul of physicality and the physicality of the man, more or less centralized to one line, which we never had before, which shows we are connecting you to a lot of things. We're getting a lot of feedback, how you change, how things.
Did he say you're being wired up to the creator? Is that the overall creator, or is that your creator?
Have changed how even within hours, within days, situation between you, your family, yourself personally, and everything else has changed, has moved. The position with this teaching and time is that we create the elevation of the energies of the inner sectors of the man. Then it's you who decides how to distribute. It's you who decides how to manipulate through your what you call subconscious, what is actually the work of the soul. As I said, man has found many, many names to cover his ignorance, to cover his lack of knowledge, and to cover what he cannot understand, but is still tries to explain there is something there. Enlightenment comes from the dimension of the what we call connection between the soul of the man and what we call true emotion and what we call possession. When we use the emotion, when we increase the energy in the dimension of the field of the universe within the soul, we create a new time. In a way, from past few minutes you joined in, because the systems are already locked in, you have your soul timing has changed compared before when you come in, because you are receiving energies which changes through the emotion, the magnetic field, the package in motion of your dimension. And in that way, we are in a way playing with the time which you physically have. We change the time which you have on the energy side, because we are entering directly as an energy outside. We are that cosmic ray which you receive 80% of. Now we are feeding that 80% into. You receive a higher order which you never received before. If let's say the human race is bracketed at 100 and there is another 10,000 to go, now all your knowledge seekers are receiving in 120 and 140, which means you see an insight. You become elevated to the dimension of your own energy. We made it available, and to make it available, we have to be in the bandwidth field of strength of you. So in the past 2 or 3 sessions, your time zone, your time in the dimension of the physicality, your time zone in the dimension of the energy has changed. Inevitably has changed. There is no doubt about it. In a systematic way, as you are receiving higher bandwidth, you become more conscious of your emotions. Unknowingly, you do things. In a way, instead of going through the evolution of the physicality, we are putting you through evolution of the soul, evolution of the energy part of the existence, which we denied.
So again, it's not the physicality, it's the evolution of the soul, which by, I guess, changing the emotions is going to change the physicality. It's quite interesting. I was always wondering how he was going to reach or upgrade the entire group at one time or in one very short period. Again, that might be 5 years or 3 years, but he's taking it out of the sort of the way we've been used to with whiteboards and the drawings and the rest of this. I think he's going direct to the energies to bring that elevation. Any comments?
And with this, as the soul is the feeder of physicality, we create a new times. Maybe up to last week or 2 or 3 weeks ago, before you joined these sessions of past 2 weeks and today especially, you never enjoyed something before. You never thought of something, doing something before. And now you do it and say, oh, at your age, you're doing this, you're doing that. Because the time has changed. You have maybe increased your timeline of life, but another 10 years, 2 years, 5 days. Because the distribution of the fields, what you could not receive now is given to your soul. And through the energy of the, what I call time of the energy, is received by the body of the man. So in a way, we are We are changing, we are bringing a new evolution in the energy side. We are feeding what the soul had access to, but it could never, in a way, convert it to the soul. You'll see changes in yourself. It's not coincidental. How come it couldn't happen in past 50 years? You've been around, or 20 years you've been around. And suddenly has started in past 2 or 3 weeks, or from today on. Because past 2 weeks you didn't have the field of strength which was given. It's a different field of strength today. We change the position and we see how you move. You change your dimension of the understanding. So,
and again, this is not just here. I think this is happening across the universe. Remember, he said this is, in a way, a gift from the Creator, that we couldn't pull ourselves out of the muck, so to speak, and now we're actually receiving a helping hand, as I see it.
we are changing, in even today's session, your timeline. We are not interfering. We're making it available. If you're looking for a new enlightenment in the dimension that will change the dimension of physicality, understanding of the life, now it's available. Evolution of the soul. New timeline. In a way, delaying the position of the separation of the half-life of the man. And this process can be extended to such a length that you can live eternity. You never die. You cannot die, because in essence, you're directly connected to universal energy, universal timeline. And this is part of the teaching of today. You have an earthly timeline, as we talked before. Now you're entering levels of the solar system, the timeline of the galaxy, the timeline of the universe. And step by step, in the background, we're increasing the strength for you to be able to meet that timeline. Some of you, in the past 2 weeks, maybe in the coming weeks, as we extend the process, we have now start creating and making available to the energy side of the life, might have extended your life by 10, 20, 30 years, maybe by 100 years. You do not know till you get there. Oh, I lived 130, 140 years. Go back to 2025 when I received it. In the coming time, when these dimensions changes, we can actually measure it through the length, life cycle, energy cycle of the cell of the body of the man. You will see the reconstruction of the brain, because now what was matter state important now is in the hand of the energy state. We call it consciousness.
Did he say reconstruction of the brain? Interesting.
We don't become conscious of it. It becomes available to us. We become aware of it. Now, in the session today, we are playing a very, very beautiful game where you all know what it is. You know the systems are on. So you have made yourself ready to receive. Many of you have seen the change of you in emotion, interaction with your family, interaction with yourself, interaction with the environment in past 2 weeks. We see it, we read it as you tell us. Addictions have gone, attachments have gone, and there's more peace, because the elevation of the soul of the man, the timeline of that has been changed. We have brought in a line, in the line of the connection to universal line of energies to you, in a very specific way. We launch it, we watch it, we monitor it, and we see how you change. Our team in the background continuously watching exactly what happens, exactly how you change. We have monitored it before, we have registered it before. Now we, in a way, observe it in how you, as knowledge seekers, the elevation of the soul the change of the condition in your soul has taken place. And how you as individuals and a group sit to see, to understand, and to be there. And in a way to understand it and to be part of it. What will happen if we change one parameter? What happens if we have a look at understanding of the totality of it? What happens if we change the dimension of the field strength? The elevation of the soul of the man, which changes the emotion of the man, which in turn changes the what we call the dimension of the possession, is one of the games which man can play. And when you get to a position, through connection to the energy, you can fix the time. I'm here now on the moon, so the time is fixed. You hold the position to have a certain energy. The place and the position need and is fixed as a moon. Now there's one thing can change: your position. Your place is fixed, you're on the moon. We have locked the time. We have blocked the energy of the, what we call is your possession. So you still carry the soul of the man. You still have the dimension of intellect, memories of the man, but you're on the moon. You cannot be a man anymore, because the position which was figure of the man on the moon cannot exist, but the energies exist. Time is locked, emotion is locked. You're received directly through your headset or whatever, the energy which fixes the enlightenment and what we call intellect. So you manifest yourself as a new creature, which can live in a position and the what we call the place. Man needs to understand this on technology. Man needs to progress to understand how to do it. In a dimension of physicality, you change your breathing, you change position of your lung, you change your food. Have you ever thought why you take your food and it kills you? Man calls it a poison, but man has never looked at it as an energy which brings a balance to the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Kapung. Death is not by, in a way, switching things off. That poison brings a new energy. It brings a new dimension to the soul of physicality. It's like the point you wait when you're 80, 90, 100 to reach that point. That what you call a poison is actually freedom of the soul of the man. It brings, the energy is so high that it brings the energy of the soul of physicality in a balance with the condition of the separation with the soul of the man, that they separate. And you call it the cause of death by poisoning. But in fact, if you look at it scientifically, with the knowledge of the universe, you have put too much energy in. In that energy, you create a new timeline. That timeline matches the timeline of the soul. Voila. Separation, half-life. We do that in nuclear reactors. We target it when we bombard it with new energy and it spreads and creates a new half-life. We call it a nuclear physicist. but it's all the same word, the same cycle. So next time you see somebody dying of the poisoning, somebody comes to that position, understand they change the time of the energy of the position. So when you change the position, you change the timeline, you bring in a new game. Then we understand, even for poisons, we can create a new timeline that it never matches the timeline of half-life of the man with the soul. Then you understand why you even create anti-poisons. You drain, you change, you transfer energy back to. Because at the end of it, a poison is still the energy pack, is nothing else. Is the dimension which brings the soul of the man to a new timeline. And if you understand this, then you understand why in your transmutation you cannot take that chance of poison, which is don't allowing your, in a way, place or your position to change where the energy sits in the dimension of the position. You create the end of the line for the place. You change and dimension of the position. Place cannot change, you're on the moon. So you manifest yourself as a new creature which can stand the place, which still carries the memories, the emotion of the man as a position. So you manifest yourself. The timeline cannot change because it's the soul which has brought the physicality to the point. You change to a new creature, which has no choice. It hasn't been given a choice, but to become the man of the moon, the Mars, or any place in the universe. You heard the word of reptilians they come up with and they try to explain things, mutation of man. Now you understand the physical, scientific process of it. In the systems we have developed, we can do that. We cannot create a death because we pass the energy to the soul. Soul decides a new point of manifestation. But when we transfer you to the moon, the place is fixed. The position is the only thing which is going to go, or the position. We are fixing the position. You're going to land as a man. You die. It's the poison. Energy cannot match. Timeline does not fit. You're holding the timeline in balance with the timeline of the energy. So what's going to happen to you? Voila. A position appears. You might manifest yourself as a creature crawling 10 meters under the ground on the moon, because that is where the balance with the others exists. We know this. As scientists, we know this for the first time. Many, many research developments tell us there are civilization beneath us, as we've seen the civilization above us by NASA pictures. These are not beings that were on the earth and they went under, they carved themselves away. No, they created a new place. And that place has such a gravitational magnetic field, 50 meter, 100 meter, 2 meter, whatever below the surface is where they manifested themselves as a position. And as the amino acid and the magnetic field of this planet conditions 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 head parts and whatever, they look humans, but they never lived on the surface. They don't need to, because the surface of the earth kills them. So when man now is intellectually developing and finding, in a way, other lives underneath them in this different layers of this planet or in the span of the universe. Now you understand is the timeline which is matched. So the position has to change. Manifestation of new creation, manifestation of the new understanding of a life in that layer. Now you understand why the worms live under, why some animals have to be underground, why some animals live in the depth of the ocean where physically to our present knowledge was not available, was impossible. They match what we call the condition of the timeline, and then they match the condition of what we call the place, and the position manifests itself as a creature. Then even you understand why dinosaurs cannot exist in the condition of today, because the timeline has moved. We cannot bring the magnetic field energy balances of the what we call maybe 1 million kilometers or 10 million kilometers, where the field of strength created the condition of the position of the dinosaur, because the position is the same, the soul is the same, surface is the same, the place is earth. So there is one thing left. The position has to change. And why suddenly the dinosaurs, for example, disappeared, a meteorite hit? It would have happened as the earth comes closer, the timeline fixes. The position has to change because the place cannot change. It's centrally dictated when it was created. The question is, whose soul, what creature's soul made the seed for the structure of the sun that it led to the creation of the solar system? Sun it hasn't appeared just to be there. We accepted it as we worship the skies and the fire. But now we have the intellect. We have to understand that what we call the soul, what we call the creator of our creation, must have been, has come from another soul created somewhere in the universe, that he found his position at the place where our solar system sits today. Did it come from this galaxy? And are we the manifestation of his soul?
Anyone want to make any comments so far? We're all being processed or balanced.
In a way, the creator of our soul is the soul of another soul, which led to our creation and became the seed. And this is the job of our soul when we pass. We become another seed, another star. There is no hypocrisy about the creation, unless because of the lack of our intellect, we decide to accept that position. In a way, I made man in the image of myself. Are we the image of the soul which created the solar system, the sun, and that dictates the position? Is this why we have to change the man? Because we've seen the mistakes of the soul of the past, which is not created sufficient enough energy to take from the universe, that has created the condition that we kill for. Now you understand. All these killings we suffer from came from a soul which started this solar system, because it was misguided. It did not provide everything. Why does this repeat again with the Venus? Why does it again repeat with the Mars? Because there is a lack of a structure in the center of the soul of the stars of it. And this is why the systems we develop is to change that position. Now, when your soul leaves, when the souls leave this planet at the point of, you call it death, such a mistake will not be made in the universe again. But the question to ask is, which universe, where this soul came from, which led to the creation of our sun, which creates this mayhem, that there's a civilization that came from? Or was it the accident of soul arriving, receiving extra energy, and that's what we became? Or lost some of his energy, and that's what we came? Or in the balance with this environment, it created that condition. If you notice, well, as I said before, especially with the Chinese, the Italians, Brazilians, you went out, and some of you still do, feed the earth with gas water. You're changing that condition.
This is the part I want you to recall when we do the first step of the Dome of Peace. You went out, and some of you still do, feed the earth with gas waters.
Creating, in a way, spread of the energies that the community, the environment changes, that the new, what we call the timeline is created, that affects at the level of the energies of the emotion of the man, behavior of the man, and changing the man. Those of you who put gallons and gallons of water in the rivers, the seas, the fountains, and you spread your cities, and still some of you do, carry on, because you are creating a new timeline for humanity. We do that with our teaching. You do that with physically bringing that change in the position and the dimension, which affects, it brings, and changes. So, in a way, part of the teaching, especially in past 2 weeks and today, tells you that we are reaching a new timeline for your energy, for your inner sanctums, for your understanding, and for the distribution of the fields of the universe. Just 1 second, please. We are working on new lots in the background, and the data comes in. We have to see how things set, and I'll explain to you why. We see very much alignment on the dimension of the soul. We see very much alignment in the dimension of creation. And we need to understand how these conditions come from. In a way, while I go quiet, I'm tampering with your energies. We are changing things in the background, and as is live, and we have only one control system, we try to see how you feel, how we can change things, and what we see from the observation of the data which you come. What is interesting to us is how we have centralized the position of the soul of physicality, which means it changes your emotion. At this moment of time, many of you might feel different emotions. And it's more in the dimension of the positive life as we see it on our graphs. And it's more in the dimension of interaction of the soul and soul of physicality. Hunger is getting fed, enlightenment is getting created. We see it as a graph. Later on, we show it to you. As I said, we have connected it. We can even go live to it, but we prefer to analyze the data outside. So, in understanding the totality, in understanding the position and the possession, then we see we become good in creating a new dimension. When you bring energies the way we are doing now, in a way we are feeding you. In a way, goes back to the teaching of the past, which I always said. When you take an apple, it's not the apple that you eat. That apple is the seed in the energy which creates in your body, in your intestine. that allows the stronger field of universe to feed you, to bring that 80% in. Now with this process, we are doing that. But instead of feeding you with the energy of an apple, we are feeding the soul. We're making it available that if it's hungry, we'll take it, because up to now it didn't have. In the evolution of the science of the man in a physical dimension, we see every element on this planet within the structure of the body of the man. Zinc, copper, oxygen, uranium, gold. Because as man takes from the earth, new elements come in, but it doesn't get rid of it. It finds a new solution how to use it, make it more efficient. Now we do the same thing, but this time we make it available to the central energy, what we call the soul of the man, which changes the dimension of intellect. It changes the dimension of the what we call enlightenment. Enlightenment is being able to use, which changes the emotion. That emotion is connection between the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the man, which through it would change the physicality of the man. What is interesting, I hope you have taken some selfies in past few weeks, and take some more selfies in the next few weeks, and see what you see changes in the feature of your physicality. Do you look longer? Do you look much happier? Has the lines on your forehead, the frowning and the rest is gone? Have some lines on your face have disappeared, or there are more lines in the face? Then you understand that as we change the time, the cell structure changes, you look younger. Because now you receive an energy which has never been available to the physical dimension of the man. Now is available to the soul of the man, which transfers it to the physicality of the man, changing a timeline. You used to look 40, now you look 30. Now you can see timeline change. This is why to teach you about the time, that you can assess, you can see, you can manipulate the condition of, in a way, rejuvenation of life through the soul of physicality, through understanding the comprehension of the totality of the work of the man and nothing else. Maybe now you understand how we're playing with time, why we teach about the time. You want to look always 18, fresh, and behave like an 18-year-old, not an 80-year-old. How can we increase, elevate, and change the dimension of the intellect, that we change the dimension of the what we call enlightenment, that it keeps the same timeline but changes the emotion, that by changing the emotion we change the timeline, that there is no change but for what they call position, and the position to change. Do you understand what it means, the fountain of youth? The fountain of youth comes through this energy, not through just makeups. It's what you take up from the soul, which counts what you make up as a feature. Do you look happier? Has your position and perspective about the future has changed? Have you seen changes in your family condition and your interaction with them? Because now that you enlightened, you still radiate, they receive. Oh, something happened, changed, the family changes. I feel different about it, because it's contagious, it's connected. Their soul is connected to your soul. You get enlightened, you change the emotion, you change their emotion. In a tomorrow session, we'll do something fantastic to all of you. all of you who participate. I bring such a change, and I want to see how you lot emotionally change and emotionally feel the change. I touch the emotion of the soul. And in the next 3-month sessions, we play communication, transmutation that does not matter where you land, you'll be happy. This is the cause of the 90% of the killing, because you're not content, you try to find something else. Contentness, happiness. And tomorrow we play that contentness game with you. And interesting enough, I want to see how many of you change in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And then we play other games that you start learning how to transmute. The game of the transmutation through space mass transmutation has started. But we have to fine tune it. We have to see how you lot, as what are called paid guinea pig, behave, react, change. Some of you write to me that I have finished with my addiction. Just after the session of last week, I have stopped things I used to do. I have reached other people. The other people have behavior has changed towards me, because now you are what the earth was missing to feed you, what did not come from the sun. Now you're receiving through the teaching in the energy level, in a way that we connect you to universal fields, bypassing the earth and the sun and the shortcoming. Enlightenment. Enlightenment brings happiness. I always love the Chinese proverb. Suffering makes a man think. Thinking makes a man wise. Wisdom makes a man rich. We are giving that wisdom, that you feel the richness, not in the pocket, but in the essence of the elevation of the soul of the man. It is our job. This is our responsibility to do this as the universal teachers. We have to, and we continue to do so. Now you understand how much the little teaching started some 600 lessons before was said to bring to mature, to teach, because these teachings are added step by step. Each one of you, each siblings of you, each offsprings of you, present and in the future, your great-grandchildren, and the children which become the children of Mitra in the space, will learn the teaching of 600 plus. It's become part of the knowledge of the soul, the enlightenment through the energy, through knowledge. Man has to understand where to draw the line and what is the next step. What is in it for me is finished. What I can do to give, to be part of, begins. Enlightenment through the dimension of the soul, through the dimension of understanding, through knowing exactly where and how we are. It will be interesting to see how you knowledge seekers feel now and how you feel at the end of the session. And what has changed inside you? What timeline we moved? We have what we do with you in this session, we are moving the timeline. That's all we are doing. Which we fix the timeline of the soul of the man. So the only timeline left to fix, to be, is the timeline of the physicality, which that timeline now is locked through a process we set up in the background, that it brings nothing but change in the position and in reflection into place and into what you decide to change as a third section of it. The place, the position, and the position. You cannot change the place. You're still in the same clothes, in the same room. But part of the energy will change the position and partly change the position. Do I look younger? Do I look happier? How I find contentment within me? Am I content? I don't need to give one. So now you see how we play with your timeline. What we told you about changing position of the long was actually showing in a way of you changing your timeline, but you don't do it because you get too busy with something else. Now we ingrain it. We have brought a new energy level which does not exist on this planet. And because of it, man kills. Because of it, man suffers. Because of it, man's become unified. In the coming weeks, in a very, very short few weeks, we'll address the shortcoming of the man on another level. Which means every man born become what I call the Swiss man. A child born in Africa is the worries of the parents, what to feed, where is the next food coming from, where is my shelter? The same in different part of the world, in India, in Amazon. A child born in Switzerland, from the beginning, the parents refuse even government paying us money. They work 3 days a week. They work to enjoy life. They don't work to live, to survive. And in a very short time, we give that, not a Swiss knife, but a Swiss life to every single child born on this planet. The change of time. We bring a new dimension, and we have set to do it. A few tweaks in the next few weeks will bring the cooperation and elaboration of change of the time for the whole of humanity. We move to the next steps. I am who I am. I'm born to be free. I'm born to not to worry when the next food comes. In a way, every child born is born with a sack of gold on his soul. Governments cannot interfere. Governments cannot change. You cannot become, must say in England now, after 10 o'clock at night, you cannot use your mobile phone, otherwise it's a criminal offense. There'll be no crime because we elevate the soul of the time of the man. We brought a new energy into the cycle of the man, which we don't need no government. We need no one but the knowledge of the universe. We are the messengers. We are here to save humanity the correct way. Even though we live amongst men the same as men do, suffer the same as a man does, enjoy life as a man does, because we have to understand the weakness of the man, the flaws, that we can correct it. How can you do something when you have no understanding of it? How do you know what hunger is when you're born in Switzerland and the food and the money is on the table from every child born? Africans do. And 15% of the children in America, not 25%, because go hungry to bed because there is no food. Mr. Trump has wiped out a lot of jobs. Parents don't have their food to eat. We say in English, fair coats and no knickers. Now we provide that knicker. We provide that contentment through the technology, knowledge, and indirect through the works with the governments, creating conditions that we change the timeline. through the knowledge. Our work goes now to enlighten the world leaders in that dimension. It's the responsibility of Universal Council to take that challenge and to take it up and feed the universal, what we call the soul energies, to the world leaders to bring that change, that balance. We don't look at the shortcomings of the war or of the man. It's like the volcanic eruptions, you cannot stop. Too much energy, too much testosterone, hit somewhere. The bulls fighted on the field, the man fights with weapon. Creating condition of power through the energy increase in the dimension of the soul of the man brings a new timeline, a new energy, which the body of the man has to make a material for it. As he cannot make a material, this material does not exist on the earth, it brings a new energy, new dimension, new position, and position as the place is at. Sorry, you cannot change it. The soul which created it came shortfall of what it had to create a perfect life. Understanding the totality of the operation of the soul of the man is the responsibility of every man, and is a creator's given right. It's man who has to put his hand out, reach it, understanding, grab it, and use it for itself. Because what you miss here, the cycle of the life you create will be missed in there. So you have to live this life in the time of half-life of a man as a mature soul, with everything within it, what we call self-containment, same contentment. Now you understand how we are playing with your timeline. Now you understand how your behavior towards your sibling, your brother, your child, your dog, your neighbor in the past 2 weeks has changed. And they have changed towards you. And you have changed to yourself. I love to live because I'm no burden to my own emotion. I enjoy the emotions. We change the timeline. Even as you're listening now, you're going through that process. We are not enforcing it, we are making it available. And your soul is so hungry that it's eating it, grabbing into it, using the links to be able to feed your emotion, to change the soul of physicality, to change the physicality of the man. And this is the process I said many times in the past. Now you may understand. We feed the man through the soul of the man, that he feeds the physicality. Now you understand it's done through the enlightenment. Enlightenment increases the dimension of fields of the emotion, and the emotion is a connection between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man, and the soul of physicality is the feeder of the man. What you will see, a parallel flat line in the dimension of the physicality, which means the soul of physicality, the physicality of man work on one line. If you change it to the energy side, we see the soul. If you change it to the horizontal side, you change it to dimension of physicality, manifestation of contentment of the man in all three dimensions. Now it's time for that change. Would we receive another field energy that will change us? Will change the condition, the position, and the possession. Would we be able to come into agreement with the governments that the satellites do not beam out the information from mobile phone, but beam out the dimension of the energy fields of the universe and humanity and the creatures on this planet, does not matter within or outside or above, that they all change. Man shall not kill. Thou shall not do anything which is wrong, because he is a Swiss life. He doesn't need to be a Swiss life. This is our job. This is the eventuality of the work of the Keshe Foundation on the banner of the science. And this is why so many governments attack, so many governments fight, because they know in their soul, in their subconscious, that we are here and we'll bring that change. You can cry and shout. When we have to give you that medicine, you see what you do. You grab the leg, you hold the head, and you force feed the child to take that medicine because you know it's good for him. You're in that position. You feed the soul of the man. We grab you by every part of your energy, physical dimension to feed that, what we call the medicine. End up killing the love of the man for creation and created in a new cycle. This is the job of us as universal teachers. Those who became prophet, the other are making profit by their name. As teachers, we all benefit by the knowledge. You receive the knowledge. You are the givers. We don't interfere. We enlighten. Enlightenment brings the change, the emotion change, dimension of physicality. Your place is fixed on earth. So the only thing left for you is change your position. You might be younger, your husband must say, oh, you're beginning like when you were 18, you're more active. Tell him, listen, understand, you take from me because I made it free for you too. Step by step, we bring that change in. And we have started the process. We have to bring the knowledge in a way that you understand, and then bring the change. It's time to understand the true life of the man, that it sits with the soul of the man and not with his dimension of physicality. We go for a break. And when we come back, we try to answer any questions. And notice, if you notice any changes between now and the second session. And those of you who are with us tomorrow, this session will start around, we move the session to around about 12 o'clock. That we catch all of you in America, in Europe, and in Asia around about the same time. So you have to wake up earlier. And we want to know how you feel after tomorrow's session. What changes you see in yourself that it brings you to the position of changing the time, bringing the enlightenment, and changing the dimension of physicality. We expect many of you, especially if you received your cosmic ray bolt, to start in the coming sessions seeing the, in a way, reduction in the need for the dimension of physicality, as you can do a lot of things with these balls. If you have 2 balls, put them in your hands. If you have 4 balls, 2 on the leg, 2 on the hand, and then in this halfway through the session, move the ones in your leg, which you put on your feet, to the 2 sides of your head, and start playing with the dimension of your enlightenment, and see how you change the physicality to the dimension of energy and back. This is where the fun starts. Most of you should have received your, what we call the cosmic ray balls. Keshe Foundation, through honoring those who served the foundation, received some of these balls as your surprise packages, which you were not expecting. This is us thanking you for your services to the foundation. Allows you to enlighten, allows you to bring a new dimension, evolution of the soul of the man. We try to bring balance into energy by the energy of the soul, energy of the physicality. You have enough on the table every morning, lunch, and dinner. We go for a break and we come back and try to answer your questions. Rick, if you can take us for a break, please.
Okay, I think that concludes. It was long, but I think it was worth it. I had 3 pages of notes on bullet points or talking points, and I'm glad I didn't deliver them because it would have put us way behind on the schedule. But just amazing, this process. And again, a gift from the Creator in a way. Huge gift. That all you have to do in a way is listen and be hungry for the knowledge. Anyone want to say anything before we go to creation of the Dome of Peace? You might have thought it was going to come a different way. You were going to enlighten yourself, but as he said, now we're playing with your timeline. And this is beautiful what he said about the Gans waters, that just by releasing Gans waters, you're changing the timeline for humanity. So it's just not putting some water in, even though we didn't fully understand. He said this is something for our physicality to do, but you see the bigger understanding of the work now, perhaps. Anyone? So before we go to Alex, we'll just review again this creation of the Dome of Peace using the physicality and the collective work of the soul. And again, today we're not going to take any minute or 5 minutes or 2.5 minutes or whatever. You're going to create that emotion within you, hold it, and give it to the world leaders.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Again, we're becoming elevated and we're elevating the soul of the planet. Even though we didn't understand it fully, we're receiving a gift and we're passing that gift on. We were doing it before, but we continue to do it now, maybe perhaps in a more enlightened and understanding way. So we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace before Alex comes in.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anyway. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls. As we have already going through this with the 2 eyes, and we ask you to spread the guns waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta. And you can join us. Of course, you can release Gans Waters at any time. Collectively, we're doing this. But again, this is for the elevation of humanity, elevation of the soul of this planet. And of course, we have make sure we're sharing that, an invitation from the Universal Council. And he did mention the Universal Council in this teaching, that they take up the challenge and continue to elevate and reach out to these world leaders and the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders. So you're invited every day at 9 p.m. CEST for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and souls of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. Remember, physicality is not involved. If it's noisy, you can do it. If it's quiet, you can do it. You can be working in your garden or mowing the lawn or whatever you'd like to do at any time, not just this time, and reach and elevate the others. This is what it is. As he said, it's not the idea of what's in it for me. And many people have come to the foundation in that way. What's in it for me? What can I get out of it? Is over. Now it's about elevating and becoming part of and elevating the soul of the others, or the soul of humanity. And of course, this process will extend itself. So create that energy, release it, these emotions of peace, contentment, balance, to stop the killing and the rest of this. Release that to the world leaders, that if their soul is ready to pick it up, again, we're not force feeding, we're making the energy available. And if the soul decides to pick it up and change a dimension within the dimension of physicality, so be it. And this is our wish and this is our command. So we thank you all for listening. And again, I think we just went through a balancing or a processing session just by listening. Thank you. I see a newcomer, a Samsung. Is this somebody we know, or is this someone new? Samsung SM5721W. Would you like to announce yourself? Maybe it's someone we already know. Or how did you find this meeting? Maybe that's something you can share with us. If not, let's go to our next session. Of course, we're greatly appreciative of Alex being here with us and continuing sharing the understanding of the knowledge as he sees it, in a way. And again, it's a beautiful time, and thank you, Alex, for coming in and continuing to share the understanding, your understanding. Hello, Samsung?
Hello, Alex. Sorry here. It's Larry here.
Larry, where
Hello.
are you from?
Where am I from? Well, I joined you from North Bay, Ontario.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Well, fasten your seatbelts. Mark, I'm taking over the screen.
You already have.
And thank you for bringing us to this point. So let's get down to business on this end here.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. I know there are places that we don't want to be. And fortunately for us on this panel, I believe that we're all in a safe place. So please fasten your seatbelts, and thanks again, Mark, for leading us to this position, and also thanks to everybody for participating on this panel. As we know, we are bringing together the various continents around the world and following up on the milestone of the 600 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So here we go. As we enter into a new type of teaching, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are now moving into the Advanced Nanotech series. Today's discussion is the turning point. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is July the 27th, 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have been carrying on from the Intermediate Nanotech series. And as you can see, we discussed the point blank, inertia point, star point, Gans point, pico point, and dimension point. And I hope that leads one to the conclusion that we're trying to make a point. And we will continue because we now have a very important point to make, and that is the turning point. This is part of the Advanced Nanotech series. We've been trying to condense these teachings so that newcomers and mature knowledge seekers can take from it what they want, interpret it, and translate it into their own way, and then try and incorporate that in their own life, and then, of course, try and communicate with others in such a manner that we don't get discriminated or abused. Because what we're dealing with is bringing peace and prosperity to this planet. So, yeah, we are at a turning point, and it's very difficult for us to keep up because we're still at a very low energy state collectively. The Keshe Foundation is rapidly moving forward, and it's becoming increasingly more difficult to keep up. So, and of course, the gap between those who have no idea what's going on and have not been following the program at any point in the past 11 years, it becomes even more difficult. But there is a fast track. And so each and every one of us has a way to make the connection. And that's what we're trying to do. We're discussing the books of Miroslav Keshe, started with book number 1, which is the Universal Order of the Creation of Matter. And this is perfectly logical because it brings together the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter state in a scientific context. And so now we see how our tiny little perfect world was created. But what we don't know is where we came from and where we're going to. And so the book number 2, which involves the structure of the light, obviously it goes between two matter states, two universal creations of matter. And if it's going from one place to another, there has to be some other motive to do that. And all we see is the physical part. And then, of course, there's book number 3, which is the origin of the universe. And all of a sudden, it's disclosing a non-physical part. So we have a sister universe that is complementing our universe, what we call man's universe. The problem with man's universe is that our domain that we take on a daily basis is a tiny drop within a drop. And it's a very, very small spot. And it's very difficult to see when you look at it in the context of what's going on. And for many of us, that's all we're allowed to see. We just can't seem to stop to see everything else that's going on, because in terms of the practical application, it doesn't fit in with what we're doing on a daily basis. So what we are trying to do on a daily basis, of course, is to understand what is our purpose on this planet. And for 387 weeks, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace has been brought to you by Rick Crammon and the members of the Universal Council to understand that we are all part of the humanity race and we're all living on this planet. And it's kind of like our home. And when we have discord, then you understand what that means in your own home. And for instance, I know of one home, which I couldn't believe, but the couple were planning for a divorce and they literally drew a line down the middle of the home, literally. And one was on one side and the other was on the other side, and there was no way you were allowed to cross. And then, of course, that involved lawyers, and we all understand how that process works. So we would summarize that as a very stressful situation. And of course, it's really a lose-lose situation. What we're looking at is a win-win situation. So in order for us to understand that, we have to eliminate the discord that we have on this planet, because it comes around from not understanding the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So this is in stark contrast to the business rule or the Darwinian rule, where the higher strength eats the weaker strength. Either way, it becomes a conflict point. And so that conflict point can be interpreted in many ways. It could be a war zone, or it could be a binding zone, or it could be an interaction zone. But that zone is a manifestation zone, and it's all part of the inertia density manifestation, which we call physicality. And the problem with physicality is we just don't see what everything else is going on here. So we like to keep books. We are bookkeepers. We have business and life, and we have income and expenses and profit and loss. But what we don't know is who is the author of this book, and are we allowed to supplant that author, and are we allowed to alter the income and the expenses? And when we apply that with respect to nuclear science, we can see that the gravitational income minus the magnetical expense equals the inertia point. And that point is wherever you are. And so we are all on a different path, our path, individual path, and it's a unique path. And yet we are all part of the same planet, which is on one path. So here we are, independent variables on a singular physical point. So how do we navigate that? do we have any control over that? Well, energy binding for self-serving purposes is very important for us to determine a dimension point. And we have to remember that we were born. And in that remembrance, we had to remember that that energy binding was self-serving. That's how we were born. And at that point, that was our physical dimension point. And at that point, we weren't taking that energy at the expense of others. So somehow in our lifetime, we have acquired a new way of energy binding, and we do it at the expense of others. So when others are dependent on that energy binding for self-serving purposes, and they are being further depleted, not only by the lack of understanding of how we created the dimension point in the first place, but when we have others lying, cheating, and stealing from us, and then we are even more deficient. And then, of course, we either fight back or we do the domino effect and lie, cheat, and steal to others and steal theirs energy binding. And so we see different forms of melodies taking over this planet. And so we call this the action of the fallen angels, because in mathematics we talk about angular density, and angular density implies a falling. Now we call that gravity, but what it really is increased density. And when you do that, you also increase pressure. So that is increased gravity. That falling is an increased gravity, and mathematically that's the angular momentum, which equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. Okay, well, that's all fine and dandy. What is really important is to understand that this angular momentum is conserved. And so what does that mean? That means you're neither eliminating or creating energy. Energy is always in motion. It is abundant everywhere. And so how do you move it around? And so there are rules of conservation. And this is what we need to take into account. And can we do that in our tiny little perfect worlds? So we're discussing the turning point today because what we have to understand is that there is a source of the service. And in that source, we can either turn this point of service back, or we can turn it forward. But in order to be able to do that, we have to have the binding energy first. And so that gives us a very singular point of view. And that's why we've achieved this turning point, because as we're progressing, we understand that we were given 10 commandments, not being allowed to question as to who gave us these commandments and why doesn't my dog have these commandments. But now we find out that there's another 14 missing commandments. And the real commandment, like for me in particular, that is most important, and I keep referencing, is thou shalt not lie. And the reason this is important is because poker playing is a fascinating game that people like to play. And then, of course, the result of that game is that there's only one winner and everybody else is a loser. And then, of course, it's not a really good way to make friends. And so, you know, at the start of the game, there may be a lot of camaraderie, but, you know, it's kind of like Russian roulette. You know, 5 out of 6 doctors love Russian roulette. And so which part are you? And the trouble, of course, is that this is a game that we play with others. But many of us play that game with ourselves. And that is a real loser's game, because when you're lying to yourself, well, you have to be pretty skillful to fool yourself. And interestingly enough, many do. I didn't think that was possible. And I got fooled in that process as well. But that is a detriment to our vitality. So with the Universal Body Enhancement Unit, what we're doing is promoting vitality enhancement. And in terms of that vitality, we're talking about life forces and the quality of the life forces. So there are two aspects that are very important for us. So one is the physical aspect, which we all love because we love to build our bodies and we love to look at beautiful bodies. And then, of course, that affects us emotionally. And then, of course, our activity affects us emotionally. And so that is very good with respect to our physical presence. But that doesn't account for our existence, which actually involves more than our physical presence, because that physical presence is important in any relationship, but that bond is transcending that physical relationship. So if you have a relationship, there is no rope that is binding you together, as in, shall we say, a tug of war. So how come we are having a tug of war? And who is doing the tugging and who is doing the winning? Well, we are all winners because we all came here successfully. And now, as we try and navigate on the transmission highway, forgetting that we got here on the transmutation highway, and forgetting, of course, that we will be leaving the same way. So, how can we stay on the transmutation highway and still enjoy our physicality? Or shall we say, can the physicality navigate on the transmutation highway? And is that possible? So we find that when we talk about elevation in simple terms, we start with the basic frequency generation at the carbon-12 level, and we move up to the transition state at the carbon-14 level. And then, of course, there's the transmutation state, which goes up to the carbon-16 level. And then we discover that there is a connectivity. There's a consistency. And that consistency is carbon, which is really consistent with the fact that things that are carbon-based are organic and we are organic. So there is a consistency there. That's very fortunate. On the other hand, there's an inorganic, which is silicon-based. But interestingly enough, as we find that silicon and carbon are actually of the same family. So there is a commonality there. And then, of course, the Earth is our inorganic home, and we are the organic components of that home. And we work together and look at the result. Are you satisfied? And so we ran into a dilemma, and it was called the pandemic. Well, the cups of life were not named cups of the pandemic, they were named the cups of life. Why is that? Well, because it enhances through the nanocoding process of the monatomic science, which we're talking about the advanced nanotech now. And we saw that each and every one of us was able to dabble in advanced nuclear science, where we were able to create gases that were emotional and physical. And it gave us a strength, both emotional and physical strength. And so we were able to create many cups of life. And these all represented a radiance manifestation, such as CO2 or calcium or zinc or copper, water or amino acid. And then, of course, now we're able to create gold GANs, and heaven help those who are invested in the price of gold today and unaware of the reality of the situation. And then, of course, there's the cup of the soul. And what is interesting is that every one of these cups, be it the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, or the cup of physicality, has a magnetical gravitational relationship. And then within that is the soul. And then when we bring these collectively together, then the entire component has a magnetical gravitational relationship, so it works as a collective soul, and therefore it manifests a soul as well. So it operates in unison. And when we say as unison, all on the same track, but of course we know that there are multitasking tracks, singularity, duality, and then of course we go into the multiple dimensions. And then we have the cup of the universe, which is what we're all tracking. And we have the copper GANS, which represents our physical well-being, and the zinc GANS, which represents our emotional well-being. And then, of course, we have the Carbogen, which is our connection to the rest of the universe. And so we say that mind is the builder, but where did that come from when we consider that the basis of the brain is calcium? So we find that there is another cup, and it works differently from our physicality. And so we have this duality. We're working with the connection to the universe, and we're also working with the connection to our beautiful earthly planet. And of course, our earthly planet has a grand central station of many earth ganses, and each of one of these is available. We can produce ganses of each element, and all the elements on the periodic table of element are represented by these earth ganses. And we find that we have this affinity for earth. And we know that for a fact because we were born on earth. We weren't born on Mars or Jupiter. We were born on earth. So we had a natural selection at that point. And so we find that there is an affinity between the earth ganses and our physicality. And so that is why this is our home. And one of the most important things that we all know is about the gold. And so now we're in the era beyond the Beijing conference in May, where we were actually able to take these reactors. And so we noticed that we had 2 reactors working in unison. And within the reactors, we had multiple ganses working in unison. So that's unison within unison working as unison. And we were able to literally create gold out of thin air. And as we know, in our society, men are not the only gold diggers. And so this is a universal concept. And it all comes about from us understanding, and we've been talking about the nanotech. And so that means the nano alignment that comes as a result of basic nanocoating of a copper wire. We find that we can nanocoat anything. And so we create this carbon nanocrystal, and then we create this field alignment, and then we have a convergence of energy coming in, which we can differentiate between the gravitational inertia point at the core and the magnetical inertia point surrounding that and creating a field. And therefore, that becomes our range. And then we have to understand the concept of the twinity, where we have 2 points of the nanotech. And that nanotech is small, but then we have 2 points of the picotech, which is even smaller. And then, of course, we have the 2 points of the star tech. And now we have the twinity of the nanotech, which actually amplifies everything again. Obviously, 2 is twice as much as 1, but we can add more and we can get the compounding effect of the benefit. And so to understand levels of magnitude as we've been adding to this picture, and maybe it's getting a little bit cluttered, but we find that there's a certain kind of oneness. And from that oneness, we can get larger into mega, giga, and tera. We've heard those terms. And we are in the plasma science, which goes into micro, nano, and pico, and it gets much smaller. And an order of magnitude is 10 times. So when we're talking about mega, as in million, it has 6 zeros. So it's 10 to the power of 6. And when we're talking about micro, that's 1/1,000,000th. So that's 10 to the minus 6. Well, we have transcended to nano, which is -9. And now we're in pico, which is -12. And we've gone beyond. And the thing is, we talked about conserving energy. And so that energy is conserved between the magnetical and gravitational field forces, which we call a maggrav condition. But you can pick your maggrav condition, and whatever it is, you have to know that there's an equal and opposite reaction that is balancing that out. And so as we change our physical points, we have to change our alignment, and that becomes our turning point. And then, of course, since we have many, many points, then we also have to have multiple turning points. And as we've discovered, these fields can overlap. And that gives us what we call the spice of life. It gives us the variety. And so when we talk about the conservation, we're talking about the conservation of inertia. That is when two fields come together and create the one. That creation, of course, is at a lower energy state. And so that becomes a maggrav energy transfer state. And how you transfer that energy is what we call susceptibility. So it all depends on the influences that are coming in. And so those influences can be allowed or disallowed. But we have a situation where we can either be in a different energy state and change your susceptibility to balance out the equation, or we can transcend from energy state to another energy state and still maintain that balance. And so this becomes a different kind of turning point. And that's what we have to really consider. So there's more than we've been allowing to enter into our life. And so that becomes your main point of view on how we do this dimension building. So we all have a point, and then we have a reference point by adding a second and connecting to that. But if we add a third, then we only need to connect two. And if we add a fourth, we need to connect three. And we've never said where this dimension building is. And so we would say, well, that's undifferentiated, right? It's not very specific. But what is specific is that it represents a star formation, and that star formation may be undifferentiated, but to exist, it has to have a magnetical gravitational relationship. So the gravitational is of a higher energy and the magnetical is of a lower energy. And in that process, there is a, shall we call it a midpoint? And that midpoint becomes differentiated. And how can it become differentiated when the creation of the star formation is undifferentiated? Well, it has to have a reference. So when we're looking at a star point, all we're seeing is the magnetical gravitational relationship. And then when we're looking at the Gans point, that becomes part of the Gans containment. And at that point, because of the energy flow, it becomes even more gravitational. So it goes right down to the core. And so many people like to do a core analysis. And so when we look at the star core component and we see that it's just a magnetical gravitational relationship, and then we have this polarity. So the basic core is the magnetical is the North Pole and the gravitational is the South Pole. But when you start to have a relationship, now you have to have a balance and you have to have a way of connecting. And so this necessitates binding points. How do you bind these forces together? So there are loose ends created. Well, where do they go? You know, it just appears that they're just terminal ends. But are they? Or are they the seed point for another binding point? And that's what we have to take into account. So our schemes are too small. We have to enlarge our schemes and take more into the account. It's not just what is obviously in front of us. We need to see many more things. So what we talk about is the dynamic plasma relationship. So at the core is the horizontal transmission. And then polarity-wise, there's a vertical transition. And so we create the basic Earth space point, and that point is within the Earth space field. Well, we do the same thing with our own physical point. We have our physical field, and we have our physical point within that field. And most of us depend on the words that we hear, which of course are created physically. But sometimes those words can be hurtful and they change our emotion. How is it possible for words to change your emotion unless you allow it? That's how. Because the words themselves are physical, and our emotions don't understand words. They understand feelings. And so when you engage in those feelings, you are now entering the plasma world. And so the turning point is for us to understand that there's a gravitational inertia point. When you bring these star core inertia points together, and there's no rope, there's no chain, but there is a binding point. But in order to manifest that binding point, it has to have a containment that is gravitational. And in order to do that, it has to be a rotating field. Well, that rotating field is the binding zone, but it also facilitates a turning point due to the nature of the fact that it is rotating. So your viewpoint can change. And how many times have you heard someone say, well, let's look at it this way, or let's look at it that way, or here's my point of view. But in the end, the question is, what is the correct point of view? Well, how do you determine that? So given a set of circumstances, there seems to be a better point of view. And when we review our life and we see that we've come to many turning points, many inflection points in our life, based on what we know at that point in time, we thought we made the best decision possible. And then we find that was the worst possible decision we could have made. And why is that? Because there were things that we didn't take into account. Either they were hidden from us, we were lied to, or we were deceived, or in the worst case, we were self-deceiving. We just didn't want to hear it. We wanted what we wanted, and we lived in denial. And as a result, we suffered the consequences. Well, that is the gravitational inertia point. So we become the products of our own existence. And so that affects our dimensional positioning. So trying to make this point, we're just saying it's undifferentiated because we're only taking into account book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, and book number 1, also The Creation of Matters. And the connection of those two books is really this book number 2, The Structure of the Late. So we see that it's undifferentiated because, well, we just don't have a proper reference. It's not enough information there. And yet somehow we can exist. Okay, so we have to understand that when we do the dimension building, that each point has an overlap. And then there is a connection between those overlaps, and that creates the gravitational form. And it still is undifferentiated because you're just looking at the structure. And each of those points then becomes an inertia point, because to balance off that inertia point, to create that inertia point, there has to be a gravitational point and a magnetical point. And so those two create the inertia point. Now that can become differentiated, but we still don't know what it is because we are only looking at the basic connection. We're not taking into account the entire inertia point containment, which is to say, if we're looking at gravitational containment, so we're bringing three inertia points together to create the gravitational base. So you have the gravitational base, but what is the magnetical point? And where are you connected to? So we still haven't decided that. So we have overlapping points. We have overlap of a connection, and they are differentiated. And we go through, we know there's one dimension, then there's two-dimensional, then there's three-dimensional, and then we have the star dimensional, and then we have the observer dimensional. Well, that's us. Well, what are we observing? And if we're observing it, are we part of it? Well, the reality is that we cannot extricate ourselves from the universe to look at it. It isn't like, shall we say, taking your clothes off and checking to see if they're torn or tattered or if you fell in the mud. We cannot step outside of the universe. We are part of the universe. Doesn't matter where we are, in whichever dimension we are, we're the observers. So where are you looking? And so these inertia point containments, they basically become a convergent point or a divergent point, or it becomes a pivot point or a turning point. So what are we doing? This is a balance point between the intension and the extension. So that turning point is the tension point, and it is the binding point between two other fields. So we are talking about the concept of duality. We have to understand that it involves 2 points, and they work together as a partnership. And in the plasma science, we call it the twinity. But a singular point is not good enough. We have to bring together the inertia point containment fields. Now we are dealing with higher orders of magnitude. And then we have this dimension positioning. And so now when we look at book number 1 and the bringing together of the matter, well, now we can start asking, how do we differentiate? Because each of these points are inertia points coming from somewhere, going to somewhere, and interacting with something. And so we see how the variety is created. The basic understanding of dimensional positioning has been established. But now we have to understand that there is motion as well. And so how is this ray motion created? So when we look at natural creation, we have to understand that also there is natural decay. It's a two-way street. And if that is a two-way street, one street has to have the magnetical gravitational relationship. And if one street has that, then it has to be balanced off by the second street, which has a magnetical gravitational relationship, which is to say there's a natural decay and a natural creation on the other side of the tracks. And in between is the boundary. And since we really don't understand that, the way we have evolved in physicality, we fudge our knowledge. But the thing we can't fudge is that that is a bonding factor. So we have to understand that in order to conserve energy, there has to be a bond to balance off the equation. And so we have to understand that everything that we see in our physicality, whether it be stationary or whether it be in motion, is all part of the creation. And there's a balance that goes forth all the time. And so we've referenced to being like in a tent city. There's a range and there's tension. And so within is what we call intention, and without is what we call extension. So life is really the balance between our intention and extension. And that is to do with tension and with bonding. And then, of course, many tents create a city. And so humanity's goals really, by extension, deal with how we can intensify and extensify what we are. And so we are at that turning point. And to review polar axis flipping, one only needs to play with a top, a spinning top. And we've all played as children with that. And we kind of enjoyed it when we watched how it was wobbling or how it was clattering on the floor. But once it achieved a certain kind of speed, it was spinning in a perpendicular manner. It always stood up vertically. And then, of course, even we could do a complete flip. And in history, we talk about, well, the sun flipping and, of course, different kinds of spinning of the earth. We referenced it as earth upheaval. So what does that mean? Well, we just changed the relationship of the magnetical gravitational relationship. In other words, we put the gravitation at that core and we put the magnetical on the outside. So the gravitational point became the turning point. And why is that so hard to understand? Look at the creation of a vortex inside a container of water. So here we have a clear container and the water is spinning very rapidly. And you can see how it is at the bottom, a very narrow column of spinning water. But at the top, it's very broad. And then we look at a tornado. We call it a funnel cloud. It looks like a funnel, just like the water. The difference is the funnel cloud is in air. And it's broad at the top and pointy at the bottom. And then when we look at the star core polarity, what we termed was the gravitational ends up really being the magnetical. And the pointy part ends up being gravitational. But it's not. Because when you start to bring in the two rotating fields, like poles repel. So the duality creation is at that turning point. And that in turn becomes gravitational. That is why. So, in other words, the turning point is the gravitational point, and the field above is the star magnetical, and the field below is the star magnetical. And then, how do you achieve that balance? So we have to have a reference. So we have multiple turning points. And so each inertia bonding point has to have a different polarity. So if we are taking these fields point to point, then we need a gravitational bonding field. But if we are putting these fields the base to base, then we need a magnetical bonding field. And so we see that there is an opposite polarity as it goes along. Opposites attract. And so each of these bonding points become turning points, but they all work together despite the fact that they're opposite poles. And so as a result, we have multiple turning points. And then if we look across and we see that in these three diagrams, we have two gravitational points. And how do they come together in the center? There has to be an opposite pole. In this case, it has to be a magnetical pole. And so interestingly enough, we have a magnetical pole at the core. Well, there's an anomaly. So how does that work? So if we are looking at half the picture, and we're looking at the carbon inertia highways, so as we said, we had the transmission highway, which is the carbon 12, the transition to carbon 14, and the transmutation carbon 16. But then we see that each point has to have a relationship, a magnetical gravitational relationship. So we've introduced a duality, and that gives us what we call the variability, which is created through the action of susceptibility. Well, which point? There are multiple turning points, and that's only half the picture. And that is, generally speaking, the picture that we see. But there is another part of the picture, and it too has multiple turning points. So now we have half the picture with multiple turning points, and the other half of the picture with multiple turning points. And they converge, and they diverge, and they all are variable based on susceptibility. But the conservation of energy remains. So what we're dealing with is what we call residency. That residency is determined by location. That's what the real estate agents always say, right? Location, location, location. Well, what is your location? So that implies a physical location. However, there is an energy state location, such as the solid state, the water state, the liquid state, the air state, the plasma state, the energy state. And then there's a way to track, but also there's a way to filter. And so as all these fields are moving around, and you say, well, if you can't track it, you're just going to get dizzy. So geologists like to do a core analysis, right? They do an assay, which is they take a core sample, which cuts through the layers. And we know that these layers are overlapping turning points. So wherever you look, you can see a layer, and yet each layer is a MAGRAV condition. In other words, it has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and then that relationship has a neighbor, which also has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and then these two work together in another relationship. And you say, well, what does that have to do with me? Well, what kind of relationship do you have with your neighbor? Or what kind of relationship do you have with your partner? Or what kind of relationship do you have with your children? So these are all polar pathways. So you can look at it the equator point of view, which is the fundamental turning point, or you can look at it at the polar point of view, which there's a North Pole and there's a South Pole. They are opposite poles, but they also are opposite points of view. So if we look at the rotating base and we say, okay, well, there's a turning point, and that is the foundation. That is the rotating base. Well, the question then is, how do you achieve this polar point? And so we see that there's a perpendicular action which is pushing in both directions simultaneously because of the conservation of energy, the balance, where equality is equal in all directions. And so we create this rotating field. And so as the turning point is rotating, then there's an expansion towards the poles, and there's an interaction there. And so now these turning points become fat rotating fields, and they expand. So that gives you one reference point. So then you have multiple turning points, and the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And how do you determine that? Well, the point is that there are no two equal points in existence at the same time. But they do have a common denominator. And that common denominator is the NP junction point. So when we take 3 dimensions and we say, well, this is the X, Y, and Z axis dimension, part of the transition matter, and let's designate that as the negative charge. And then we have the X, Y, and Z axis of another track, and let's designate that transition matter as a positive charge. And then the relationship between those two fields create this transfer state, which is the inertia point. It is the junction point, the negative positive junction point, the bringing of these two fields together. So there you have one track. And so you have this progression. We started with the nanopoint and we moved towards density, right? The nanopoint is 10 to the minus 9th, smaller than 1. And then the picopoint, which is highly gravitational, was 10 to the minus 12th. Then you had the Gans point, which moved towards the gaseousness, which is a really big point because it encapsulated that point and expanded. And then you have the plasma point, which goes beyond that, and that is highly magnetical. So these fields and these residencies are either power drawing, where we have the gravitational intensity, or they're power providing, which are giving out the magnetical out tensity. So now we understand the conservation of energy. It is all based on the balance between the magnetical gravitational conservation of the MAGRAV. So MAGRAV on one side or some MAGRAV on the other side. All the MAGRAV points in between indicate the susceptibility and therefore can be balanced. And it all depends on your state of residency. And so we have this energy portability, which can go from energy state transition. And so we say in the science, elevation is a physical matter state to energy state elevation, and inertia is an energy state to physical matter state transition. And so elevation involves expansion. And isn't it interesting? Expansion on both the magnetical and gravitational side. Now we understand the power of the plasma science and its capability of achieving energy portability. So we start with the inertial products, which is a transition within a range, or it can go from range to range, or it can go from state to state. But as we say with the water splitting, where the pH always totals 14, you have many different potentiation layers in between. And we can change this either due to causticity or by creating an unstable energy transition state. So it either brings or it takes energy away. And this is even how hydrogen has a fundamental dependency. And it isn't until you get involved with advanced science that you understand that there's an orthohydrogen and a parahydrogen, and either one is in balance. And either one is established with a covalent bond. But on one case, the poles are common, and on the other case, the poles are opposite, but they're still in balance because they are on both sides of the equation. The hydrogen itself is the turning point. And from there, we have a periodic table of switchboards, right? Because each and every element, which represents the Earth space range details, manifests from this turning point. And depending on its falling, its angular density, it affects the mass. And so that's how we have the periodic table of elements established. So the pH stairway of both these poles is the elevation through causticity or the inertia through maggrav positioning. Everything in between are potentiation plasma layers. So wherever you are, well, there you are. And so we see that the nuclear feeding inertia, whether it's a fragment of the complexity or it's the whole, is gravitationally stable and dimensionally portable, and it goes from different points. And so when we see the universal order of creation of book number 1, find the bringing together of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state, where 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3, because in order to maintain that inertia, there has to be a continuous nuclear feeding. So we have the nuclear feeding and we have the inertia, and it's continuing. So nothing is sacrificed because we have the equilibrium. You cannot be more equal than somebody else. That just defies the whole definition of equality. And the nuclear feeding does not allow that. So there are maggrav pathways where we have the attraction field forces, which we call gravity intensity, and that's our feedback. And so we see how the electron operates, and then we have the repulsion forces of the magnetical outintensity, and that's part of the feeding. And the higher strength feeds. And so that's the action of the neutron. So what is our point of view? Is our point of view from the feeding, or is it from the feedback? Well, we have to understand that both are involved continually. And so when we steal, lie, cheat at the expense of others, that is not feeding. That is not nourishing. That is minimizing. And so which side of the tracks are you on? And so when we look at the undifferentiated beginning, we say, okay, well, the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick, right? With the neutron, it created the proton and electron marriage combination, which we call the atom. But there was a loss of energy, and that energy is another energy pack, which we call the PM tick. And this is the energy that transcends the universe. So when we say, oh, well, let there be light, well, that came from somewhere else. And it came to come from darkness. That has to come from within. And so when we look at what we see as the light, we only notice that because everything else is dark. So let's remember that that which is dark has to be light on the other side. And that's the part of the thing that we're missing. And that's why we have this undifferentiated beginning, because we don't understand how the principal matter, which we talked about, these PM ticks, which are magnetical, and they're energy packs, and they come together as antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen, and go through this plasmagen conversion. So it has to have a MAGRAV condition. But in order to manifest it physicality, it has to have a relationship. So all of us have chosen Earth. And since Earth itself also created a MAGRAV condition, because Earth had to be here before we got here, so the Earth created its field interaction of inertia, and we, in terms of physicality, created our field interaction inertia, and we only manifest in the physicality when we interacted with the MAGRAV condition of the inertia of the physicality of the Earth. Which means if we change that relationship, then things would have to change. But knowingly, they would change within balance. So we are plasma creatures. And in order to be somewhere or to exist, we have to have a balancing energy. So one side is gravitational, the other side is plasmatic. And is it side by side? Or as we see our bodies, where we have a brain, which follows the rules of the universal cup of the universe, or we have our physicality, which follows the cup of the emotion and the cup of physicality, or is it fabricated as a rotating field? And here we are at the turning point where we create this dimension point, the coming together of the magnetical gravitational field forces. And we have the plasma energy at our core. So at that core, what we see in our practicality is the matter plasma dimension, where we have this physical, where we can touch it and see it, but we also have this plasmatic, which we can't touch or we can't see. But we know it's there because we feel the emotion, we feel the love, or we have other emotional feelings. But the thing is, these are all part of the matter plasma, and so we depend on that. We've grown accustomed to depending on that, so we become feedback dominant because these are all part of the feedback, forgetting that we were born through the feeding component of the plasma dimensions, which were beyond the matter plasma. And that energy came to us through the feeding. Once we got to the Earth space, we decided to alter that feeding. Instead of being an energy feeding, we adopted a food feeding. And when that didn't work, then we opted to a stealing from our neighbors feeding. So look at the way the universe had this gravitational conformation. We have the hydrogen. It came from the universe and made these magnetical gravitational connections. And it was manifest into light because we see it. There's an emission spectrum that identifies the fingerprint of hydrogen. And so wherever in the universe we're looking for that fingerprint, we have the gravitational tracking. And the same thing happens with oxygen. And it has an emission spectrum, and it's manifest from light, but its fingerprint is different. So we still have the gravitational tracking, and it is unique. And then each of these tracking devices exposes a dimensional seed, which is at the root of the star formation. And that becomes the turning point. That becomes the dimensional star formation. And we only see the magrav's singularity that comes from all of these points in the star formation. But we have to look at the Peace Dome reactors, which gives us either a shielding, which is a dimension point, or it gives us a star positioning, which is a dimension point, or which gives us a possession, such as gold, another dimension point. So we have multiple turning points. And as we demonstrated in Beijing on May the 10th, we can convert these dimensional seed points into gold. And it came from thin air. We did that in public. It's on the internet. Everyone can see it. And this was a show of singularity because this technology was obsolete. The foundation has moved well in advance. We can produce gold by the ton. So if we connect the dots, what we're looking for is practical points. So for us that we can make practical reasoning. So are we on the road to self-determination, or are we on the road from self-determination? So what we're looking for is a practical philosophy, practical solutions for our practical currencies of life, the life-giving forces that are fundamental to our existence, that are worth more than money. And then the humanity inertia, Gantz shielding points that shield us from hostiles and from aggression, from environmental harm, from fear-mongering, or from emotional abuse. We're in uncharted territory, and you are the turning point. We're all many stars beyond the nano-monatomic state, covering the range from decay to radiation. And what we're manifesting is our ancestral intelligence. We are the technology. We are the inertia point. And you are the image of your dimensional convergence point. There is a soul food. Tune into it. Plug into the creator. You've always been plugged into the creator, but just turn on that acceptance and drop out of that resistance. Receive that. That becomes your inertia point. And understand that you provide the pattern, and it is from that pattern that you get the energy, so you get to choose. And it's for 600 Knowledge Seekers workshops. That's 600 Thursdays in a row for over 11 years. We have been trying to suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science and bringing together the greater oneness of the teachings of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And now we are in the post May the 10th of 2025, barely 2 months ago, bringing together the Keshe Space Plasma research teams. We were looking for the first ones. Well, no one else can be first anymore. We are only at the beginning of the session, and we have many more things to do to bring peace and prosperity to this planet. So we're looking at technology releases because it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. We involve and require rescues that are scientific, financial, political, and affect the preservation, not only of who we are, but why we came here. We didn't come here without any purpose. And so we are continuing the transmutation testing to understand how our soul is functioning. So you're welcome to join in August, September, and October to learn how to transmute again and understand that the connection between book number 1, where we have the coming together of the 3 different energy states and the origin of the universe, which is where the 1 splits up into 2, and we are the observers. Are we the observers in the 4th dimension? Is there more? Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. Please help us achieve this goal. It isn't just our goal, it's your goal as well. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the carbon nations, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. Yep, there's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it, sign it, and mean it sincerely. The point of true nanotech is to cross these atomic boundaries which we've created. The peace dome of outer space can be your guiding beacon. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? It is time to learn the history of self in a universal context. A peaceful self can explore many inertia levels as a superconductor. The turning point is the dominant emotional point between our belief and our experience. And plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. And that's the end of the class, and I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, for sharing more and more. But the more you share, the deeper it seems to go. This is just unbelievable. I'm going to stay quiet for a moment and let's see if any of the participants would like to raise a question. And it doesn't have to be a perfect question. It can be something you've been pondering on, or doesn't have to be a softball question either. You can take exception with what Alex has said, or again, test it. So let's see if any of the participants has a question that's been on their mind or something they wanted addressed. Over to the participants.
Alex, thanks for the teaching. Question we were talking about before previously. How do you transfer emotions to someone?
Most of us have a problem understanding that. That's a tough question that you're asking. Most of us have empathy, and as a result of that empathy, we adopt or absorb the energy that someone else is leaking with. And then in that process, we kind of take on this baggage and we accept it because it becomes a badge of honor where you see how empathetic I am. I am, supporting this group and that group, and I'm wearing the T-shirt and I'm protesting in the streets, and what are you achieving? So everything that we're doing in that regard is the physical reaction to that emotional impetus. So can we change the impetus? And since the soul is changing everything and the soul is directing all the energy, then the soul is always truthfully providing the energy. So where do we go wrong? Why are we ignoring the provider and interpreting what is getting provided? It's like the chef makes a meal. And I said, well, how did you enjoy that meal? Did you enjoy that meal? As if they're begging for confirmation. Well, the thing is that the feedback that you're getting from that meal is in the mind of the person who ate the meal. And, you know that you're a good chef and you know that you created a good meal, but it is entirely possible that you deliver this meal and someone says, oh my God, that is the worst meal I've ever had in my life. And so you're looking at an individual's point of view. So what is that person experiencing? And are they being truthful? Is it really that your meal is not good, or is it that they are just, demonstrating what is going on in their life and passing it on to that meal? So what we need to do is to not engage with that. So that part, we don't need to carry that baggage. What we do need to do is work on our true intent. So if you are the chef and if you are preparing a meal, then you want to prepare it with the true intent. And that is, obviously, you want to make it delicious. You want it to be nourishing. You want the person to enjoy it. And that is all you can do, because nothing anyone does or says can make you do or feel anything unless you allow it. So what you want is only half the picture. What the other party does is the other half of the picture. So if you are giving a good meal, they have to be willing to accept that. And then if they are satisfied with that, what would their intention be with? Well, let me think. They would wish to somehow convey that notion to you that they are well satisfied with what you intended, and to acknowledge that you have succeeded. And there's many ways to do that. You can give a tip, you can give a compliment, or you can revisit that restaurant. So if you're in sync with that, like all the members of this panel, we see that they didn't come here to listen to me or to Mark. Everyone here wants to know how to convey this information in a constructive manner to another, be it a family member, be it a neighbor, or be it a world leader. Because that denotes responsibility. So a world leader has a different responsibility from the head of the household. But responsibility nevertheless, and the intention remains the same. So this is
that intention. If I look at intention as fields and emotion as magnetic fields in motion, I ask that because when Mr. Keshe mentioned that the new technologies is going after our emotions directly. Old technology will elevate our soul, but for the technology to go after our emotions directly, so where it can affect our emotions directly, how how is it possible? And I still trying to understand it as in a plasma sense to have in our physical body to transfer emotions. What type of energy can we go? Can we put to out there in a goal to affect someone else's emotion without elevating their soul to where their soul will go down to them, but it goes straight to their emotion, and they display that same emotion that you wanted to transfer. Case in point, when somebody yawns, somebody's beside will automatically yawn. Unconsciously, we transfer that emotion. It feels the same way a dog will yawn. Sometimes humans will yawn and the dog will still yawn. I look at that as that's the emotions transfer. So how can we consciously, not unconscious, consciously control and transfer that emotion if we have intentions as failed?
So that's a great question.
If you're
So let's
elevated,
differentiate.
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Mark, did you want to?
No, I was going to say first to Ike's question, we don't force feed it. Then I went back to the transcript where he said, you grab the leg, you hold the head, and you force feed the child to take that medicine because you know it's good for it.
Yes, because we need to have people to not to be,
I'm thinking
killers.
if you're
Right.
elevated, that would automatically transfer if the soul wants to pick it up.
But this time around, he's going direct to the emotions. So we have no control of it. So it's like kind of like force feeding us to do good.
Well, we do have control of it. And the first thing that we have to understand is that in terms of wording, it's just so that we can understand it in a practical sense. So we say that the soul gets elevated. But in reality, the soul doesn't need elevation. It is already operating at the elevated level. But the soul is manifest within a Magrav condition that is earthbound and is trying to communicate with its physicality. And the intermediate, of course, is the solar physicality. So the solar physicality operates on the same basis. The problem is, of course, that the solar physicality is now fed from the emotion of the universe and it's fed from the emotion of the soul, and it's also getting the feedback from the physicality. And that feedback is very, very important because the soul of the physicality is the monitor, is the equalizer, is the one who is dispersing more of what you need and eliminating more of what you don't need. However, when we abdicate that responsibility and we transfer that to the physicality, well, then the physicality says, well, what I see is what I get. And so the physicality becomes feedback dominant and basically shuts off the entire communication. So what we are doing is enhancing the energy state of that communication, so providing more of it. So the soul, in fact, is no longer bound within that earthbound limitation with respect to the energy that it is absorbing, but it now has a bigger, shall we say, buffet of energy to draw from. And as such, it is more powerful. And as such, it creates a more welcoming. It still is up to the individual to accept that welcoming. But the thing is that the welcoming is inherently welcome. It's when those who are hardened over the ages, who have completely suppressed their engagement, and they have set up a shield where they totally do not want to accept that, because for them, the attribute of having power is an addiction. And whether they know it or not, by elevating to a higher energy state, they would lose that addiction. And those who are aware are bound and determined to avoid that at all costs. So this is where we are in terms of the threshold between those who are, shall we say, deceived. So their resistance is weak. And once you give enough, just like a sandcastle is very, is very structural. And along comes a wave and, oh, it's back to sand. Well, that's what these people are like. And they will very easily absorb that energy and it will be welcome. So this is for them, because 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, they are bombarded with a, shall we say, a psychological, emotional roller coaster of energy. And it is consuming. And in that process, people who attach to that consumption get weaker. They leak. So we need to plug the holes. We need to bail the water. We need to keep the ship afloat. And we need to understand that what keeps us going is the energy of the universe, not the people who are rowing the boat. The boat will move on its own as long as we enlist the services of the higher power. When we drop down to a lower energy state, then we've reduced our capability by orders of magnitude. And it's many orders of magnitude. So just 2 is 10 times 10 is already 100. No wonder so many of us are weak and frail and wilting under the onslaught of this emotional overbearance. So that's the emotion that we engage in our physicality, but there's an emotion that we engage in with the universe. And one is bountiful and full of vitality, and the other one is compromised. So we need a little supercharging, a little superconducting. And we have now developed a system that will replicate that energy of the universe. If I may add to your question, my question is, since humanity has been made out to be inferior, in other words, that there are superior races out there, my question is, why are these superior races so superior? And if they are so superior, how come we still have these problems? And they are not exclusively our problems, they're their problems as well. So it means that none of us have graduated. not in this dimension. And so we need to elevate the energy that is flowing within this dimension so that we can all get nourished. Thank you very much, Ike.
Okay, anyone else have a thought or a question they'd like to join the conversation with? I was just pondering about this galaxy that we're in. And anyone have an idea of how many stars are in our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy? Remember, there was a problem with the soul that created our star. I'm wondering if it's been isolated perhaps just to this particular galaxy. Is there 100 billion stars, 300 billion stars? Is this sort of a weak point of creation in the universe where souls that are not fully elevated actually are within this galaxy and can create a star? Obviously, our star has been created with a weak point or a flaw in it. And we know that crossing galaxies from one galaxy to another takes a special knowledge. And not all stars do create solar systems. But I'm just wondering if it was isolated and it's just in this part of the universe where our galaxy is that this condition exists. And so we will have a lot of work to do within our own galaxy in a way to correct the situation, because many souls that have left this planet are doing exactly the same as the sun has, or our star. That could be a couple 100 billion solar systems, let's say, that need some sort of correction. Maybe not all of them, maybe just a few. It was just something I thought about. And maybe, again, as I said, they're not allowed to cross between galaxies. That takes a special understanding or special knowledge to do. So maybe it's confined to this area, but yet there's still a lot of work to do to correct the souls that have gone out and started the creation on the wrong foot, let's say. Didn't have all the mojo it needed to create a perfect system.
So I'm like you, Mark. I have limited knowledge with respect to that, but from what we're gathering from the plasma science, I think we can conclude that we're working at a slight disadvantage, and it seems to be isolated to this part of the universe.
Right.
And
if you have an abscess on your foot, the other foot still works fine. The hands work fine, but you have to deal with that abscess on the one foot.
see, and that's what's important. What you just did was you tried to relate this in a practical, physical basis. And this is what I was saying earlier on. We have the context of a turmoil in the physicality, turmoil in the liquid state, the gaseous state, and of course we have the turmoil in the plasma state. So all of this is to show us how life works and how the energy is exchanged. So it only stands to reason that the creation was created using the same rules, because we are able to create even things in our physicality. It's just that we seem to emphasize more on the physical state because we are not seeing the exchange of energy on a plasmatic level. So what we have to understand is that every single thing that we have is a physical manifestation based on an inertia binding of two other plasmatic fields. Every physical point is a physical manifestation of an inertia point. But because we can just grab that point and we can ram it somewhere else, then we feel that we have the power to work on that. So case in point, you can hold a battery in your hand, but that battery has an energy gradient, and that gradient is not activated until you put it in a circuit. So therefore, you don't take the energy and put it in a circuit, you take the battery and you put it in a circuit. Now you've completed the whole circuit. Now you have directed the energy in motion in the physical state to go through its lowest transition through the wiring. But the energy rules are the same in the plasma state. It's just that we have a different type of wiring. We have a plasmatic wiring. So that means we have to change our awareness. That is the first step. Then the second step is, how do we convey the knowledge of that awareness to someone
Alex,
who
you just,
never heard it before? Go
sorry,
ahead.
you just try to describe plasma computer because if you have that energy, like you said, how do you make that connection to stay in a plasma dimension?
Well, it follows the same rules. There's a magnetical gravitational containment. So until enough energy comes in to change the susceptibility, it is either going to stay within that containment or it is going to go outside of that containment. But that containment has to have a relationship with its environment, whether that environment is on a planet, in your kidney, or in the universe.
And that's what's lacking in electronics.
Well, electronics is the physical manifestation of energy transfer. Then you have
But
the
there's,
nuclear science, which is of a higher energy state.
but is the environment part of that entire process? Because what you just said kind of makes sense. With plasma, the environment is part of the process.
Of
But
course.
with electronics, the environment is not part of this process.
Of course it is. You designed the circuit board. You designed the radio. You designed the computer. And then you either put in a power supply, right? Which now you are drawing energy from another point of creation, say the grid, or you use a battery, which is drawing energy from within the battery. And that energy does not move through the circuit until you install the battery within the circuit. So the installation of that energy in the circuit is either by inserting a battery into the circuit or plugging in to a circuit. Well, that is the physical wiring. However, the rules are the same when you go into the plasma state. When you touch your cell phone with your finger, there is no wire between your finger and the surface of the cell phone, and yet you have the power to call someone or to order some food. Yeah, you don't have the power to make it, but when your finger, you have the power to order someone to deliver it. You better have the power to pay for it. But you know, we are not amazed by that capability, but yet we are not understanding how that energy is transferred. So we have a card. It's either a debit card or a credit card, and it has a little chip on it. And we kind of hover over a part of the uh, point of sale machine. and it will actually, you don't even have to touch it. You just hover over it, and it will withdraw money from your account, whether it's debit or whether it's a credit. And we think it's normal. We think nothing of it. And yet here we are. Oh, I don't understand the plasma science. You don't understand the transference of energy. So, and this is, you see this action. And, it sometimes manifests as abuse. And that becomes, there's a physical abuse, but there's an emotional abuse. And so, what was the reference that Mark was demonstrating today? Do you have less wrinkles on your face? Why? Because those wrinkles either represent an aging, a physical aging, or it represents a manifestation that comes from abuse. So if you drop that baggage, then you don't have to have the wrinkles on your face. There's no rule that says you have to have wrinkles. There's no rule that says you have to be old and decrepit. And that rule has been broken because we have so many young people who are decrepit. Look at the statistics of those who are under 30, or how about the statistics of those who are under the age of 5? And you say, like, what happened to old and decrepit? They don't belong in the same sentence. We just artificially put it in the same sentence. Well, you're old, you must be decrepit. So you better get the cane. You're going to need a cane. Well, where's the rule that says you have to have a cane? Well, now we're coming up with new rules. Why can a salamander regrow a limb? What's our problem? We're so mighty. We're so powerful, right? We have the technology, but we can't grow limbs, but a salamander can. So don't say it's not possible. Just say we don't understand. And we're not trying to figure it out, are we? We're too busy working to make a living. Did I answer your question, Ike?
Yes, yes, it's more of it.
Did he say more or less?
Well,
No, I said more of it. There's it's more questions, more intriguing.
Alex or anyone else, are you kind of curious about this fountain of youth that Mr. Keshe was talking about, increasing the half-life? I know I played a little bit with an apple and tried to increase its half-life. As you said, Alex, as you increase the half-life, the wrinkles disappear. You can become much younger physically and in your behavior. You can apparently set the time. Anyone thinking about this? Isn't this what we were looking for in a way, some sort of immortality?
Yeah, but what affects our, shall we say, our physicality is that when we start to lose our mobility, like in terms of being, as I referenced, being decrepit or having to have a cane or, being bent at the hip or something like that, then the will to live in terms of the physicality begins to diminish. And the question really is that the true will of the soul? And it's interesting when you look at a couple that have been together for many, many years. And this is a true story. I seen one where uh, he was very, very ill and aged, and she was vibrant and, very active. And you say, well, this is a husband and wife. They don't look, see, the thing about a family is that if you were to say, well, they are experiencing a certain kind of emotional thing, well, wouldn't you think that the husband and the wife would share that emotion? Or if you were, looking at a dietary thing, well, don't you think the husband and the wife would eat from the same meal? Or you would look at it as an environmental fact. Well, wouldn't the husband and the wife live in the same environment? So then the next experiment, of course, is to separate them. And then what happens? One thrives and the other one wilts. Why? Is it possible that the one who wilted was drawing the energy from the other one, and then once the other one was relieved of that leaking, suddenly kept that energy, and then as such began to thrive? That kind of explains a lot, doesn't it? So here we have practical applications, practical examples, in our social structure. And this is what we have to incorporate. We don't have to bring everything in, with a body enhancement unit. We can all participate in this because we have everything that we need. We just have to accept it and acknowledge it. But how are you going to do that when you have so many intermediaries? So we have to transcend that. So the answer is you cannot play on that field. You have to go to another field where they can't play. Okay, so you're talking about residency. What field are you resident in? Right?
Yeah, and I was thinking again about what Ike said about transferring the emotion. They say certain people, they come into the room and they just light up the whole room, or
Right.
they become the life of the party. This is what happened with Christ, I think. Everybody just became elevated while he was in the room. This is why they wanted to be around him and listen, especially the women, for other reasons. But anyway, this is what happens as you are elevated. It's automatically radiated out without you saying a word. The souls pick it up. The physicality is probably scratching their head saying, what's going on? But I'm enjoying it. This is great. So as we become those satellites, I think this is what's going to happen. And you may be connected to a system in part of the planet somewhere, perhaps in Europe, as he said. We only need one system. So if you're connected to that system and the energy is being, in a way, channeled through you or brought through you as that satellite, you'll beam that out. And this will bring the change to the others without saying a word to them. He does seem like he wants to do a huge, rapid elevation of humanity in a very short time. This is what he always said, and I could never understand. How is he going to elevate all the inhabitants in a single go or in a very short period of time? But he said, look in the next few weeks how this is going to start manifesting itself. Again, it may take longer depending on how much the governments want to get involved in this whole process. And this is why we continue to elevate the world leaders, that they don't have to confirm their existence by killing and confining people. But we need a collective awareness of humanity to help with that process. And of course, there's systems in place and other things with the universal community and the sun. That's all contributing to the overall process of this elevation.
So that's the point that you've made. We are looking to establish peace and prosperity equally across this planet. And why are we not getting the universal support, shall we say? So the point of the matter is that we're looking for the peace and prosperity on a certain energy state. and the resistance is on that energy state. So if we go to a higher energy state, that resistance is no longer there. So by amplifying that, we are now delivering more. And then we get the result. So we have to understand that the higher feeds the weaker. So you don't beef up the weaker, you beef up the higher, and you're able to give more. And when you give more, you get more. That's the rule.
So what you were saying in space, when two entities come together, the stronger feeds the weaker, but yet you said there's still going to be a difference between the two entities, let's say. But I thought that's where you are creating that MAGRAV condition, that you elevate the weaker equal to you or even above you.
Yeah, but don't look at the totality of that MAGRAV condition. There are parts of that MAGRAV that are stronger and weaker. So the common denominator is where the stronger feeds the weaker. Now, there is no rule that says that the weaker has to feed back to the stronger. Now that the weaker is being fed by the stronger, that weaker can then in turn feed to another who is still weaker. Okay, so it isn't just a two-way street on one street. It's one way this way, it's another way that way, and then there's another field that comes in this way and goes back that way. So you're looking at a vast grid of two-way streets, and you can pick and choose which ones you want to go. So if the one street is blocked, well, then you're going to go another way. It's perfectly normal, isn't it? And then when you go the other way, you'll be able to be more effective. Well, that's what we're doing. Why work on the blockage? Work on the success of transferring the energy. Then when that happens, you'll find that maybe what is causing the blockage will be relieved.
Okay, let's go back to our well-informed panelists. They're all very, as they say, erudite. Are there any other points, even a point that you would like to bring across? Doesn't have to be a question, doesn't have to be a comment. You can share the way you understand or what you think you understand with us. Any feedback from our latest guest, Samsung? Let's see if anything has touched, or is this a mystery? I'm still wondering how did you find this through another knowledge seeker, or did your soul lead you here? How did that all happen? Blair?
Well, in the physicality, I invited him.
Perfect.
But
I'm still here, gentlemen. And,
are you still friends with Alex Samsung?
yeah, just call me Samsung. Shortened to Sam, but no, I've listened to everything, and I mean, of course, I'll reserve my questions right now when I get together with Alex. It's very, very intriguing, and you know, I think Alex will tell you I do share my feedback, my input, so that's going to be our next get together. But thank you for inviting me, gentlemen. I've enjoyed the presentation.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard many things you've never heard before, but we're all trying to sort it out in a way. So we're in the same position as you.
Yes, you know, certain concepts are, you know, beyond my realm, and certain things that I can piece together. You know, I've been around a little bit, so certain things I can piece together. And then, of course, when I get Alex breaking it down to tiny little nano points for me with his narrative, it makes more sense to me. So.
Yeah,
Thank
that's what
very
we're
much.
doing. A new science, a new ethos, and a new language on this planet.
Yes, yes. ethos, pathos. Yeah, very, very, very interesting, John. It certainly does open my eyes, and I think anybody would tell you that's has come on board and listen to your workshops that all through life and life's process, some of these things that we're talking about, these occurrences we've questioned, but I think politically put, we're so damn busy in our lives that so much we miss. So
absolutely. I mean, just the concept of the stronger feeding the weaker is really alien to us, isn't it? Where we always heard the big fish eats the little fish, without a doubt. This is the way it works.
It's ironically you said that, because I was going to say it works in reverse in reality. So,
yeah.
The big dog wants to stay on top and suppress everybody. So, I think the universal message is, you were mentioning about the higher powers, and then there is going to be resistance, because there's a lot of leaders out there that don't want to share this. They don't want anybody to have this knowledge, and they just want to be on top, and they want to be able to have all the control and all the power. So this would probably be some of these foreign adversaries are, they're going to look at this, and some are going to feel threatened. But I'm already talking too much. You guys got me talking too much. But,
oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. Very beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Well, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present as we're trying to keep up with the advent of the technology, but the progress has to carry on, because the job is ongoing. Life continues to live, and every day the sun comes up, and now we know how it comes up and why it comes up. So it gives unconditionally. So we need to understand that that is our purpose as well. And at that point, it should give us all internal strength. So thank you, everybody. And I hope you enjoyed it. I'll still be here for further questions, but I'm going to pass it over to you, Mark.
Anyone else? Anything else you'd like to share? I know somebody was talking about soaps earlier. And again, there's going to be a whole line of resin products as well as soaps. And so many things. As he said, this store will go into the 30,000, 50,000, maybe even more products as the research centers open up and different people start to put different aspects together. I think, again, from lip balm to dog food to many of the other things. Maybe they'll even have plasmatic devices where you can feed your dog without the matter state, perhaps.
Where are you going? I'll give you a lift.
Hello?
Absolutely. Oh, my apologies, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I missed that.
Oh, there's someone else who's listening in. So this is great. It's wonderful. Another Canadian joins our team.
Good. It's the same knowledge across the planet. It may be spoken in different field strengths and different languages, but it's the same knowledge. This is why it's so easy to work with someone else from a different country or something on this knowledge, because it's basically the same, even though we may understand it slightly differently. But this is bringing us all together under this plasma, this huge understanding of plasma technology, which, again, I've always said I probably understand 1/1000th of 1/100000th of 1% of this. This is how vast the knowledge, the universal knowledge, is compared to man's knowledge.
So we all know the power of the Picotech.
We do.
You're getting more powerful, Mark. Thanks so much for all you do.
All of us. It's not just me, for sure. I'm just a latecomer into the foundation, but it certainly has satisfied my emotion of trying to get peace. As I said, I used to do some citizen lobbying in Washington with other groups, and again, trying to change the matter state with the matter state, everything. And we had beautiful proposals for energy, for food and feeding, all in the physical dimension, but yet it was all resisted. So now we work in the energy dimension, which again, we don't have to meet physically with them. We don't have to make phone calls. We don't have to do protests. If humanity realized how powerful of a, let's say, a low energy reactor they are, a field generator, we could bring the change. And it doesn't even have to be the entire humanity. It just needs to hit a certain point that, again, the physicality follows the energy dimension.
Turning point.
Any other thoughts, questions, comments, or issues you'd like to raise? I'm going to play the final disclaimer. The meeting will come to an end. I'll take the screen, Alex. Anyone else? Any other thoughts or comments? Again, we're privileged and humbled to be here because most of humanity does not have a clue about this knowledge, but that'll be part of our work. And of course, the work of undercover of the Keshe Foundation, that many of us become more elevated without us even knowing that we're becoming more elevated, perhaps. All right. My sharing, yes. Any other final call? Is this the final call, Alex? Final call for comments, questions, or issues you'd like to raise? If not, we wish you all an amazing rest of your day, and we'll see you in one of the future meetings of the Keshe Foundation. Again, there's many different ones. We mentioned the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which is on Tuesday in the public Zoom room. We have a program called the Reactor Group, which on 7 a.m. on Wednesday. We always key off of Central European time. Alex has mentioned this with Rick Crammon. Of course, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop and many other programs in the language community, which are public and private. So feel free to join, associate with others who, in a way, have a similar train of thought as you. Again, sometimes it's hard. I remember somebody said earlier today, she was explaining some of the technology to another person, and apparently they had to go to the bathroom almost immediately. Sometimes I say this to people now, don't wet your pants what I'm going to explain to you. So again, it's quite a deep knowledge, but yet we're humbled and we're here to serve the soul of humanity. Thank you all again for carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet. I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. And hopefully we see you next time.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.